Ooh, I
Going
like this
live.
graphic.
We're live. We're live.
Oh,
We're here.
Oh
We're on.
no!
We're
Wait, I
on
need
the
5 more
Twitch.
minutes.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
I'm not panicking.
Oh, no.
How are you? I can't get over this. This is an extraordinary
no.
group of individuals for me to have.
Look at this. Look at this
On
group.
DM Philly. I'm like
Posting it in the
beside
Discord.
myself. Yeah, post it everywhere.
Posting it. Posting out. Sending out. Oh, I see the piano man.
Pia's in the chat.
Pia's in the
always
chat.
in the chat.
I just saw a number looking on Twitch right now that said 634, and I was like, "There's 634 people watching this right now."
I don't think so. Not
That
yet.
number doesn't
Not even
correspond to the amount of viewers.
Not yet. No, that's not me. That's not DM Philly.
But it was a great moment. It was a great moment. It was a great moment where I thought that we had 634 people watching us play Dungeons and Dragons.
Soon.
All right.
Soon. That'll be 2022.
Yeah.
I'm confident we can get there.
Yeah.
How are you guys? You're here. You're at DM Philly.
We're here.
This is my DM Philly debut.
I know. I can't get over it. We got Josh Wigler here at Twitch TV/DM Philly. We got Zed, who
Josh.
I've dragged into the ring playing Kings of Neon every Sunday.
Can't keep me away now.
Nope. Your regular staple. Melissa Woodward, the first to appear on DM Philly for our Roll20 tutorials
Oh my gosh, that's right.
back in like
That's so long ago.
January when we were just like getting the ship sailing. And,
But we babes.
Oh, no doubt. And I'm like delighted to have you, Austin. Finally, the meeting of the Dungeon Masters. We do not like play enough D&D together for all the time we spend talking about
No.
D&D.
That is very true. So I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah, so it's like a big special episode. We're like doubling down. We recorded a podcast earlier this week, right, Josh? Like, I don't know if you want to recount the events of Arnold earlier this week, but it was
I
pretty
think
significant.
So I think this will be what I'll do right now is I'll give myself the tiniest bit of space, and then I'll start like a previously on. And then the previously on is like where the podcast version of this will start. How's that for the magic? Okay, here it is. You ready? Previously on Dungeons and Dragons in Discord. I can't do a full. Hey, we're doing Dungeons and Dragons in Discord live on twitch.tv/DM Philly. I'm Josh Wigler. I'm on twitch.tv/DM Philly with Rich, with Philly.
It's true. I'm Rich. I'm Philly. I'm DM Philly. I was R Philly for many years on the interwebs, and I have evolved to my final form. I am the Dungeon Master now.
Yeah, and so on Post Show Recaps Patreon feed, we do the Dungeons and Dragons at Discord, and we usually record those podcasts without a live component. And today we're recording a podcast with a live component with special guests, Brooklyn Zed, with special guest Melissa Woodwario, with special guest Austin Smith.
We're all here.
We're all here. It's happening, and we are we're going to be continuing our campaign from the Dungeons and Dragons Discord campaign in the post-show recaps patron program, where most recently in Dungeons and Dragons in Discord, the robot barbarian Arnold, the Warforged Juggernaut, destroyed one of the strongholds of the Red Wizard Ixon Raval, alongside his friend Simber Cimarron, the half-elf bard. And after they were done torching the Forlorn Tower, Arnold went and checked in on some of his animal friends who lived in a cave, and seeing that they were cold, left them with a little spark of fire to warm up with. But that's not something Arnold's supposed to do, so what's up with that? I think that may be a question that we address tonight.
Right now, even. Yeah, it was a very eventful episode as Arnold and Simber finally tracked down the Forlorn Tower. Battles were had, the pair of you left, and Arnold has seemingly evolved. So I think if you all are ready, do we have any like housekeeping questions? Is everybody feeling ready
I
roll
do.
some dice? Yeah.
I have one housekeeping question.
Yeah.
I'd love to go around the horn and get introductions from everybody as far as who they are and who they're playing and what their characters are all about heading into this session.
That's a great idea. It's like you've done this before, Josh.
Just one time.
I think that you've introduced yourself. Melissa, why don't you tell us about Tala?
Oh, sure. So I guess I'm Melissa. I podcast on the PSR Patreon about Mighty Ducks with Kevin Mahadeo, who's also a feature on this Twitch channel. So check it out, even if you're not a fan of the Ducks. Although I don't know how that's possible at this point. It's a great show. And yeah, Tala is a shifter monk. She tends to do some pretty fun stuff, but is also maybe not the most socially aware at all times, which has been fun. And she's a really good dancer. I think that's canon by now. So yeah.
It's definitely canon. Yeah. Tala, longtime friend of Arnold's at this point.
Yes.
She's battled with him in the streets of Glarendar, in the ruins of the Temple of Jergal in the Umber Marshes. And yeah, she's back again for a special episode tonight. Zed, tell us about yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Some of you have seen me on Kings of Neon right here on Sundays, twitch.tv/DMPhilly every Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I also podcast about Final Fantasy VIII with this guy, Josh Wiggler.
Who's that?
On the post show recaps feed, and I just started podcasting about Pose, Live, Work, Pose show recaps with Grace Leader in the patron feed, but the preview pod is available at patreon.com/post show recaps. And it's about to be May 1st, or is May 1st by the time you're listening to this. A new month just started. You should join the Patreon program at patreon.com/post show recaps. It's like I've done this a few times at this point now, too.
Yeah. Spread the word.
And here this evening, I am playing Rasklin Dangercur, a forest gnome bard who most recently traveled with Arnold on a ship and fought a kraken and defeated that kraken. Tala and I have been on several adventures together. We went to Escalante together. Rasklin tends to call Tala my wolf lady. And long, long ago, when Rasklin first came to Glarendar, many, many, many moons ago, he sat down in a tavern and had a conversation with a little halfling named Bram. And I don't know if we've gotten to spend much of any time together since then. So this will be a sweet reunion for Rasklin and Bram to have.
I can't wait. I'm excited for the reunion of the small folk from the early days. And that leaves just you, Austin, my dear friend. Why don't you tell these people about yourself and about Bram?
Yeah, so I'm Austin, and I'm here. I'm one of the DM team for the Post Show Recaps Discord D&D game. I've been there from the start and rearing to go. It's good times. Otherwise, this is kind of my first time streaming D&D with Philly. First time sort of officially, I guess, kind of on a podcast.
I was going to say that
PSR.
you have been on the Post Show Recaps patron feed
That is
at least
true.
twice that I can think of. Once with Grace Leader, fellow DM in the Dungeons and Dragons DM team for the Post Show Recaps Patreon, talking about Brant Steel All-Stars, which to explain now would be very... very ambitious endeavor.
But it's such a good podcast just for Austin's wife's reactions.
So maybe we won't go all the way down that rabbit hole, but it's a rabbit hole that you can certainly explore. But Austin, you have also appeared on Dungeons and Dragons in Discord thanks to a very special episode in which we recorded the audio of the incredible resurrection ritual of one Andromedes Vesk, played by Rich, that you were the master of ceremonies for, Austin.
Correct. I'd somehow forgotten that because it wasn't planned as a podcast. But yeah, sneakily, stealthily slipping in to the podcast sphere. but yeah, that's me. And who I'm playing today is Bramaric Brambleheel. You'll know him as Bram. He looks like a little halfling feller, pretty small, pretty meek and mild. But he is not a halfling. In fact, he is indeed also a shifter, much like Tala. That he's kind of kept it a little quiet, though, he's started to show a little bit of his more wild side in that respect. Also, because at the same time he was granted his shifting abilities, he was also tapped into the old magics, the druidic magics of the wild. And that magic is starting to really take its form. I believe he impressed Arnold quite significantly on one of their previous adventures by transforming fully into a wolf, and then summoning more beasts to support their friends. But he has, actually quite a bit of history with all three of our companions today. On his first adventure into the wilds, into the swamp, he traveled with Tala, and they had a wonderful conversation about being shifters and what that meant, sort of realizing they had a kinship there, and they formed quite a friendship that has sort of helped buoy them through their time in Glarendar together. Meanwhile, Rasklin Danger Kerr was indeed the first person that Bram really met in Glarendar, sitting alone in that little tavern in Buckleberries, sharing some Mysid mead, and Rasklin kind of gave him the confidence to begin adventuring. He'd come to Glarendar to want to become a hero, to try to live up to his reputation back home, which he didn't feel he earned. And Rasklin gave him the advice to just go out there and learn from others and just see what happens. And that's where he is now.
Can I ask a question about Bram and your choice to play a druid? What appealed to you about that? And what exactly is a druid?
So,
just curious.
General background, like I started playing D&D about 4 or so years ago, and I pretty much DM'd the entire time. So all through these last several years, I've had all of these character ideas floating around. And when we kicked off the Discord game here, I was like, okay, which of you wants to dance, more or less? And Bram was the one that jumped out at me. Druid specifically, what attracted me to digging into that was that druids traditionally in D&D are all about shape-shifting. They're about this connection to the natural magics of the world, unlike the sort of scientific, quote-unquote, arcane magic that wizards and sorcerers tap into, and the more divine magic that clerics and paladins and our divine soul sorcerers might tap into. Druidic magic is its own sort of variant. And I like the idea of playing in that very natural space, especially because my thought with Bram was that traditionally druids are very like shapeshifter heavy, and I'm like, okay, I want to do the shapeshifting thing, but I'm going to lean into the shifter side of it and explore what else druids can do, not just the transforming into animal stuff. So I'm excited as I level up to get to explore the old magics effectively through Bram's journey and see what he can come up with.
Awesome.
I love it. And yeah, you particularly, Austin, have really dove into a lot of the Tasha's options, and like your specific druid circle, the Circle of the Shepherd. I've had a couple of those druids in my games over the years, and they're really unique. They really like stand out so much from kind of the rest of the pack. Like there's a lot of very cool druids, but I really like specifically the way that you've leaned into all of like the visualizations associated with Bram and the theme. There's such like a strong theme to Bram as a character that I really love it. I love getting to see him play.
Well, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to take him out for another whirl.
Awesome. Cool. That's housekeeping. That's all of us. What do you all say? Should we play the Dungeons and Dragons?
I'd like to play the Dungeons and I'd like to be able to say Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh boy.
I could do that once.
We're off to a great start.
I'd like to learn how to say the words
yet.
Dungeons and Dragons.
just to like stop down for a second before we get started, this is part of what's so cool about this, right? We have Austin in Australia, Melissa's on the West Coast. We're all across the world, like getting together here on a Friday afternoon to play D&D. And I'll like, happily say you all have become like very close friends of mine in the last like couple of months rolling dice. And it's so fun. It's so cool that we get to do this. So that's awesome.
It's very meaningful and super cool and really, really fun. And like many tears have been shed over like the fictional characters that we've created here. I think a lot of deep friendships have formed. It's been just like such a wild ride and a very fast ride. It's been great. It's been absolutely incredible.
We are supercharged over here at the Post Show Recaps Patreon Discord. Like what's happening in there is really pretty singular and amazing. Like I find it hilarious. Austin's like, I forgot that I even was on that podcast because we weren't going to record it. But I will never forget that moment of that resurrection of my character. Like I said it to the folks there that night. I'll just say it to anybody showing up here at my stream today that like, I've been playing this game for 30 years. That was immediately one of the most like profound and singular experiences I've ever participated in around a role-playing game table. And it's a virtual table that had 40 people around it that night. And it was just incredible. So if you are not signed up, go sign up to Post Show Recaps Patreon right now. You're missing out.
Across 3 continents, no less. That
Wild.
evening and all the time, but yeah.
It's wild.
We could probably add another continent.
I was going to say, how is it only 3?
I feel like we could rope in Antarctica pretty easy.
I know a couple of folks that way. I'll send some emails.
All right, cool.
So, to the matter at hand, to the Dungeons and the Dragons. I think as we pick up tonight, we see the city of Glarendar, the spring nature kind of blossoming and blooming all around it. The grass finally bright green, just tall enough to have grown shaggy. The vines climbing up the side of Connor's Peak, entwining themselves around the edges of the Warden's Hold, starting to bloom and blossom. I think we see the sprinkled motes of color from the flowers in front of the shops and houses in the streets of this very walkable city that we all call home. And I think as we do, we see birds alighting over the buildings, and the camera kind of slips in, following one of them closely, a chickadee, zooming above the rooftops, arcing, pumping his little wings, raising his elevation until he comes flying up to the Warden's Hold, the fortress, the fortification that houses the Warden's Association for Need of Direct Action, WANDA, the Adventurers Guilds. And as this tiny little black and white bird alights on the edge of the window, I think the camera takes in the room, and we see inside one small fellow, one Bramrick Brambleheel. And the bird kind of tilts its head and chirps to get your attention, Bram.
I think as the sound of the bird catches Bram's ear, he looks up from what he's currently doing, which is giving belly rubs to 2 different little dogs that are curled up beside him. One, a fully real and realized puppy named Shadow that he is currently dog sitting for his friend Cathario, recently met for the first time. The other dog, though, is a little unusual in appearance. A smaller terrier-sized dog with sort of shaggy fur, white mostly, but where you might expect to see like tan patches along its coat, there is instead this bluish grey color that almost seems to glisten slightly in the light of the morning. And as Bram is giving scritches and belly rubs to these 2 dogs, sort of playing them off of each other, he turns his attention towards the bird, adjusting his sort of homespun clothes, and looks over, cocking his head to the side, studying the movements of the bird's head, the way it flaps its wings and ruffles its feathers. And with the speech of the woods granted to him through his old magic, he is able to interpret exactly what the bird is trying to communicate to him.
And I think that there's a really interesting moment where you begin communicating with the bird, and I think it's like, oh, you can do this? And then suddenly the bird's voice shifts, and it's a voice of a person that you had only met once some months past, Bram. A woman named Rain, a druid of the Eorwood, the great sprawling forest that dominates the kingdom to the west. And I think you hear her voice with clarity emerge from the beak of this tiny chickadee as it says, Master of the Hound, you're needed. The Iron Giant and the smallest warden need your comfort and counsel today. Go to the farm of the Father. Find them. They wait for you.
I don't understand much of that at all, but lead the way.
And I think that the bird, like, his head cocks a little bit as though, like, this enchantment has kind of fallen off of him, you know? And he's like, I can show you.
All right. Do we need to leave right now? I'm actually looking after another dog. I should probably find someone to look after them. Shadow, are you going to be okay? He takes a few moments to kind of have this conversation, seemingly one-sided between this dog and himself, to arrange that Shadow will be well looked after, while Bram is summoned away to the home of the Father, wherever that might be, to help an Iron Giant and the smallest warden.
Okay, so I think that as you like chat with Shadow for a moment, and you like open the door and like peek your head out into the hallway, I think you would see your friend who resides here in the Warden's Hold at Connor's Peak, Tala Petrichor. I think you see Bram as he steps out of the door of his room, and he has this small chickadee that's kind of like flitting around in front of him, flying in these like tight circuits in the hallway of the fortress.
Yeah, so Bram is one of Tala's favorite people at the Hold, so I think any chance they get to interact, she's all about it. So she's going to kind of run up to him, you know, maybe a bit extra wiggle in her step as she's really excited to see Bram, and ask him how he's doing. Bram, what's up?
Oh, hi Tala. Well, a bird just landed at my window and said that there was danger in the woods, I think. I'm not quite sure. They just said that someone needed my help, a giant and a tiny warden, which I'm guessing is probably Arnold, because I don't know any other Iron Giants around unless there's one that's been newly made and arrived in town. And the smallest warden, well, I mean, I don't know too many more people smaller than me, but I'm guessing it might be Rasklin. Cathario did mention that he was having trouble finding Rasklin the other day because, you know, he wanted, you know, Shadow to be looked after by Rasklin because, you know, of their whole thing. They're really close. Rasklin had me make a little statue of himself for I'm rambling. I'm sorry. How are you?
I'm good, and that all sounds like a lot. Can I help you? Should I come? Like I know Arnold and Rasklin. Like maybe I can help.
Well, if you're not doing anything else today, I'd always love to go for a walk with you, Tala.
Great. Yeah, let's do it. And, you know, talking birds are just old hat around here, so that's not too surprising, I guess.
Friends. So I think that with the chickadee kind of darting and zipping around, like kind of like eagerly leading you out of this building, the pair of you follow. One of the many wardens left behind at Connor's Peak, certainly willing to watch some puppies for an afternoon, I think. And I think that as we follow the pair of you out of the front of this vast, sprawling complex on the mountain, the camera zooms back across the city itself, the many people who call this place home moving and bustling through the streets at this early hour of the morning. And I think that we see the glamorous figure of Rasklin Dangercur striding through the streets as they're wont to do. And Rasklin, I think as you're going about your day, from wherever it is that you reside at night, the great mystery that is. I think we see another bird similar to the last, kind of flying in loops in the air above the crowds, and finally we see its head kind of lock in towards Rasklin, unmistakable amongst a crowd. And so I think this bird kind of like quickly darts down towards you and starts zooming around your head. And you hear a voice, Rasklin, and it says, Rasklin Danger Kerr, we require your, well, magnificent performance for an event of some note. You should head to Foxglove's farm and find your friend, Arnold.
Oh, hello. Well, if there's an event of note, I most certainly must be there. I think Rasklin looks at the little bird on his shoulder. He loves birds. Birds are his favorite kind of animal. He's thrilled to have the opportunity to talk to a bird. And he says, Foxglove Farm, you said? I know the way. Will you be accompanying me?
And I think the bird's like, and you realize it's as though something has just kind of washed over it, and it now just kind of chirps back at you in its regular bird voice. And it's like, I can accompany you, of course.
Wonderful.
That's a
Let us be off.
Bird voice for those.
That's your regular bird voice.
Yeah. And so with that, the bird starts flying out in front of you, and I think that as you're making your way towards the western gate of the city, Tala and Bram, I think that you take note of Rasklin as anybody would, heading their way out of town, and the three of you see each other here on the edge of the city for a moment.
The wolf lady. Master Bram, how are you this fine morning?
Hello, Mr. Danger.
Oh. Mr. Danger.
And so I guess we watched the three of you stride your way through the gate, kind of moving in the same direction as we fade out for a moment. And Josh, where do we find Arnold as the camera cuts back in?
So I think Arnold, the Warforged Juggernaut Barbarian, is at Foxglove Farm, where he resides when not in Glarendar, where he lives alongside many animals and Dad. And Arnold is sitting on a tree stump, not far away from the farm. And he looks slightly different than normal. Arnold, who owns a hat of disguise, his hat of disguise has been used to hilarious effect on multiple occasions, but for its more practical purposes, gives him a mop of hair and a big bushy beard. They're illusory, but they provide the illusion of something a little more humanoid than what is underneath this fake hair. Arnold's hair and beard is it's typically brown. It's a little mossier in color at this point in time. And he's scratching at it, and he shouldn't be able to touch it. His fingers should just go straight through and clunk against metal, and a real comedy of errors would occur, considering he has this magnetic quality where his metal hands would then get stuck to his face maybe. But that's not what's happening, and what Arnold can't quite process, but if you were to see him, what you would know is that the hair emanating from his head and the beard emanating from his face is real. It is actual moss. There is moss growing out from the wood that is baked in and blended in to the majority metal that makes up his frame. So he's kind of scratching at it because for the first time, I think, in his short but interesting life, he's feeling the sensation of something feeling itchy. And so he's just sitting on this stump, scratching at his new mossy beard, probably while a bunch of animals are like circling around to watch what he's doing.
Oh yeah, they most assuredly are. The ponies, the sheep, the abundance of puppies that are here at Foxglove Farm. They caper and frolic and watch as Arnold scrapes at this mossy beard. And I think we see the tiny kind of wrinkled face of a Theobald Foxglove, the little halfling who owns this place. Arnold's sort of adopted dad. And as Theobald is kind of making his way out, he's carrying a pail with some chicken feed in it. And he stops, like kind of turning at you like, well, green is your color. It shines well against the metal. That's new, isn't it?
New, isn't it? Arnold says as he's just like scratching and scratching, like plucking at it, so it's like getting a little splotchy. It's a very, very strange feeling that he's got going on.
And I think Theobald comes like walking over and he's looking at it like, is that moss?
Moss? Arnold just starts repeating the word moss. Moss? He's never heard this word before, but it feels right.
And I
moss.
think Theobald, like, he perches up on his little tippy toes, and he like reaches to like pat your face like, moss. And then I think he like looks around the farm.
Back, moss.
And I think he like points at one of the stones that has this big bed of moss on it. Moss.
Moss.
You see?
And Arnold points at the stone. At the stone that's covered in moss, and I think that there's like probably like just like this tiny like little like floral sprout that's on it. And as he points at the stone, at the moss, the floral sprout starts to grow, almost as if Arnold is making it so. And Arnold says, "Moss," as he is perhaps unintentionally willing a flower to life.
And I think Theobald like gasps a little bit like, by Yondala herself, you truly are full of surprises, my boy.
Surprise!
And I think it's like with that exclamation that the camera like turning just so that we see the sight of big Arnold and tiny Theobald, puppies and horses and chickens, oh my, and trailing a ways down the road leading up the kind of dusty path through the forest itself. We see the two smaller figures flanking the taller as Rasklin, Bram, and Tala have made their way most of the way out here. And I think you hear Arnold like, surprise! You take in the sight of all of them sitting here.
So many animals. They're everywhere. Wow. Wait, is that moss?
Yes,
Moss.
That's what I said to him. Oh, well met, it's so good to see all of you. It is a surprise, isn't it?
Can you, Rich? What time of day is it right now in
morning? It's probably about 10 o'clock thereabouts at this stage of the game.
Got it. Okay.
Master Bram, have you ever been to Master Foxglove's farm before?
I think I only passed through it maybe once, really quickly. No, actually, no, I don't think I did. I've heard about it because I know that that's where like all of the puppies came from, and I was like, wow, everyone's getting puppies, and I want a puppy, so I made my own puppy. Anyway, it's a long story, but no, I don't think I've been here at all.
Made your own puppy? That sounds like quite a conversation for another time. But yes, that is indeed where Nanaki came from, and Shadow, who I know you're looking after for dear Cathario, and Arnold's puppy friend as well, also came from Theobald here. Theobald, this is Master Bram.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Any friend of Arnold's, friend of Raslin's, it's a friend of mine indeed.
Yeah. Arnold will then wave at everybody. Good morning, and you'll notice that like his hand has like a couple of like bluish purple smudges on it. Like his hand is just like covered in like some sort of like sticky bluish purple. If you were close enough, it would maybe like smell like fruit. Just like plastered onto his hand as he waves at his friends.
I think Bram sort of walks over and like looks up towards the much taller Warforged. Bram is a halfling and is small for a halfling. And he sort of looks up and is like, Arnold, you've got jam hands again. Do you need some help cleaning that off?
Jam hands? As he's like scratching at his mossy
beard.
Oh
no! Now it's all in the moss.
And he's like staining his mossy beard like splotchy, blue and purple.
Come down here. Kneel down. Let me help get that out of your moss.
As he kneels down, from his other hand, 5 intact good berries drop out of his hand and onto the ground. I guess he wasn't squeezing that hand too hard yet, but he doesn't really pay attention to that as he like leans down to Bram to like get the help, like scratch. He thinks that Bram is like gonna like scratch his moss and relieve him of some itchiness.
Well, and as we established earlier, Bram is very good at giving scritches, and just gets his little fingers in and like gives it a good rub along the jawbone to try to like pull and tease out the jam left over from the good berries. And I think as he does, Rich, would Bram be able to make any kind of check to ascertain whether or not these are indeed good berries, or if Arnold's just like found some blueberries in the wild?
Absolutely, you would. Why don't we have you make probably just a perception check? Even you know a good berry when you see one, right?
Yeah. All right. I'm rolling my Rasklin die.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Roll real dice.
Ooh, that's pretty good. That is a dirty 20.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So, Bram, as first of all, you're like now up close to Arnold's face, and you can see this is real moss, like that's growing out of your friend's face here. And these are not just any berries. I think as you kind of see the few that are on the floor, they have this shine and this glimmer to them, right? This effervescence that it's just more than anything that would grow naturally on these bushes hereabouts. They are good berries.
Arnold, where did you get these?
Get these? He's just repeating words as he often does. Doesn't necessarily fully understand what Bram is saying because he's too busy just like kind of like shifting his face around, trying to like angle it properly in Bram's hand to get the right angle of scratch.
I think Rasklin's going to turn to Theobald and ask if Arnold got shrunk down into a pie again, which is something that happened to them together on a previous occasion.
Yeah, once upon a time, Arnold and Rasklin were shrunk down by Sonic the Hedgehog-like character.
Yeah,
and
the Quicklings of the previous episode.
Yeah, the Quickling that did that to them, by the way, is dead.
Yeah.
Get caught up on the podcast.
Spoilers.
I think Theobald was like, oh no, Master Kerr, I have not made any more raspberry cobblers since that fateful day. That was quite an ordeal. He doesn't entirely eat anyway, but I keep making stew. Are you hungry? Well, time for that later. He's changing. I worry about him.
Happens to all of us eventually.
Oh my gosh.
Some more so than others.
I think he says, I worry so much for him, but, well, there certainly is more to him than meets the eye. This was not what I expected, but the moss has been coming in slowly for a few days. He mostly sits out here with the dogs when he's not doing chores.
I think we all worry about him. Just so you know, he's got many people who care about him and look after him when we can.
Oh, I can tell. I'm grateful for it, to be honest. Well, I won't be around forever, and I do just want to see him grow and flourish. He's such an innocent boy. He looks at the giant Arnold.
Arnold looks down at Dad and says, "Innocent boy."
Innocent giant murdering robot boy.
He's waving at him with his sticky Goodberry hand.
So I think that as you guys are sitting here hanging out, that there's a screech in the air, and you all look up and you can see this hawk kind of circling over the clearing for a moment, and it lowers itself, kind of dropping down onto a branch, and it's sort of watching the lot of you, and then it sails down from the branch. It lands on the mossy rock with the bloom on it, and we see it kind of looking at the bloom and turning to look back to the group of you, and then suddenly it starts to change. And I think all of you have seen this type of thing before, having been around druids. But the hawk doubles in size and doubles again, and the feathers kind of recede into its body, the beak pulling in, and suddenly it's changing into the shape of this elvish woman, her skin dark, her hair kind of tied back in braids. She's got this mantle of black feathers around her shoulders, and these sort of worn green clothes around her. There's a sickle hanging at her belt. And Bram and Arnold, certainly you recognize her, having worked with the Druid Circle some months ago to close a portal to the elemental plane of ice. And this is the Druid Rain that asked you all to assist with that. And you realize immediately, Bram, this was the voice you heard from that bird, And so as she rises up to her full form in front of you, she's well met. Or should I say good morning?
Arnold will wave his Goodberry covered hand and respond by saying, "Good morning," but the words do not sound like good morning to anybody in the vicinity other than perhaps Rain and Bram. To Rasklin and Tala and Dad, I guess I don't know what, as Josh Wigler, don't know what it would sound like, but
I think that it sounds like an animal's call or something. It sounds like a sound of nature, right? It sounds almost like the wind blowing through the trees while a wolf howls in the distance. And I think that Rain turns looking at you, and then she turns to you, Bram, and she replies in this kind of mysterious language. It kind of almost sounds like a cat kind of purring, this rolling sound, and she's your friend is going through something similar to what you did, I think.
Bram cocks his head to the side the way a confused dog might, and he answers in a tone that sounds like the creaking of an oak bough, uncertain and unsure. Well, it certainly seems like something very strange is happening here. He's got moss on his face and jam on his hands, and I guess now he's able to understand this. And he looks to Arnold with a sort of look of trying to gauge, is Arnold understanding everything he's saying now?
Yeah, and Arnold makes a noise that kind of sounds like an old barge backing out of the harbor, getting ready to get the very creaky, kind of old metal meets nature noise, which to Bram says, "Yeah, I can understand literally everything you're saying right now. Is this weird? Is this strange?"
I didn't know you knew words more than just good and morning and friend.
I mean, I love those words very much. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is this weird? Is this not how it's supposed to go?
No, this is great. It was sometimes very hard to understand exactly what you were meaning or saying, but now, wow.
Arnold, like, kind of like his whole body sort of relaxes as he then just like looks at Tala and Rasklin and Bad and just like makes more noises like a foghorn and just is like, you know, like kind of like emanating these like very strange sounds to them as he's like, "You can understand me. Oh my God, this has been so stressful. I can't believe that you understand everything that I'm saying right now." But this probably sounds somewhat haunting and terrifying.
Yeah, Rasklin has an absolutely bewildered look on his face of like, I don't know what's going on. Those are sounds I've never heard before. I think he'll look at Tala and be like, "Have you got any clue what's happening?"
They might understand each other, but I have no idea what's happening.
They're making completely different sounds.
I don't know how any of this works, clearly.
And I think that Rain, like looking over all of you, I think that she says in the common tongue, for the sake of Tala and Rasklin, like,
"Thank you.
Your friend has been on this path, well, likely before we even met him. I need your help. He needs your help. Well, a friend of all of ours, I believe, will need all of your help."
Is he all right? Is something wrong?"
Oh, he is fine. I want to show him, and you, Bram. You met some of my order that fateful night. You helped us. We could not have done what we did without you, without Quel'Thas, without Arnold and all the rest of you. I would like for him to meet some of my associates. We will endeavor to show him the path forward, though he will have to walk much of it alone, I fear. But now, we should go. Someone waits for us, and they don't have much time.
Then I guess we should get going.
And so I think Theobald is like, I moved out here for a quiet retirement, but it's been anything but. You all keep an eye on each other. There'll be stew when you get home.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Arnold will scoop up the berries he dropped because he noticed that Bram was like particularly interested in them.
Mm-hmm.
Like scoop them up in his hand, 5 of them. He picks up one and just like kind of like, because he's seen people eat before, he just like sort of like smushes it into his face to like imitate eating. Nothing really happens. And he'll just like hold out his hand to his friends. Friends?
Bram.
I think Rasklin will go ahead.
No, you go.
I think Rasklin will kind of like look at Bram and Tala and not want to insult Arnold, not really understand what's happening, because he's never had a good berry before. I think he's maybe been around when other people have had them, but he has other means of healing. So at least as far as he knows, he did get knocked unconscious once, but as far as he knows, he's never had good berries. So I guess he'll like reach out his hand up above his head to where Arnold's hand is and take one and kind of hold it and wait.
Yeah,
Graham sort of gives Rasklin a thumbs up as Tala.
Yeah, so I think Tala's seen Bram make them. She's at least if that's looks at Bram for that moment of confirmation, like, is this happening? These are not just, some poison berry that Arnold has found in the woods. So also kind of takes one and kind of, quickly tucks it into like a pouch to try to make sure that it doesn't get smushed.
And I think Rain.
Graham takes one as well and sniffs it. What does? Can I ask a question, Josh? What does? If Arnold could make flavor, what would these good berries taste like?
I think that they would taste like the most exquisite grape you've ever tasted. Because I could go raspberry or strawberry or blueberry, but I prefer the grapes.
Good grapes.
Yeah, tastes like a good
grape. Bram smells it and is like, well, if this is what Arnold's good berries, smell and taste like, then we should probably let Eshren know. With her wine business starting up, it might be useful.
Get some good berry wine going.
Good berry wine for your health. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I see a business opportunity. Fantastic. And so I think Rain is just like, it's quite a thing for him to be able to do that. And I think that you would realize.
He's got one more. He holds it out to Rain.
Oh yeah, she takes it very much like, thank you.
But then he smushed 6 of the rest.
It was weird. I love that the berry smashed into his face.
Yeah, he's got sort of purple moss beard now.
Lolly would be proud.
Mm-hmm. No joke. Good beats. And so I think that as Rain is leading you, I think that a couple of you would recognize where you're going. She's leading you in the direction of this Menhir circle, this ancient stone circle, just about an hour's walk from Foxglove Farm. It's been a site of much commotion in the months since you all have come to Glarendar. Some of you fought the dastardly wizard Ixon Raval here. Some of you transported yourselves through the portal to the elemental plane of ice and assisted in closing it. And then some of you assisted in bringing the dwarvish monk Abe to this place to reawaken the guardian, which protects it. And as the 4 of you, with this druid accompanying you, you begin to make your way off the trail, heading back through the woods itself. You see these massive stone pillars, shadows kind of casting down off of them as you come. The forest is very much alive, There's the sound of insects buzzing and birds chirping, squirrels skittering, all of it. And as the lot of you are kind of moving back towards the circle, you come out into the clearing, and I think Rain pauses, and she turns and places her hand on your shoulder, Arnold, and she says, your friend, he's going to need your help.
My friend? Help?
And she nods and gestures a little bit, and she starts walking over to this big, massive maple tree, the knots and branches kind of twisting up out of the crook of it. And you see as you're approaching, you hear the kind of the chittering and chirping of many birds. And as you kind of approach, I think this sort of cascade of chickadees flies off the tree for a minute. And she walks in, peering into one of the hollows, and she kind of leans down into it and then gestures over to you. And as you come over, Arnold, she points into the hollow on the side of this tree. So you peer into it, and you see there he is, the smallest warden that there is, old, weathered Acorn the chickadee.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of his feathers are grayed. They're little stuck out sideways. There's another bird there in the nest with them, but you could see glimmering in the little tiny nest in the hollow of the tree, this shining W pin, once Arnold's, but given over to this tiny chickadee for his heroic actions out here some months ago.
And Arnold says, Acorn, friend. But his voice is like kind of hushed because he sees, this is a very, very old bird who Arnold once teamed up with to save everybody's lives and close this icy portal. Acorn the hero. And he's going to look in and say, Acorn.
I think Acorn's like his eyes open, and they're kind of like dull and grayed, but he's like, he lets out like one little chirp. And I think we see all these other chickadees kind of alight on the branches of the trees around you. The rest of you kind of standing there behind Arnold. You hear him like talking into the hole. And I think Rain is just like, green grass approaches. It's the celebration of the turning of the seasons. It's a day beloved by the people of the world, but even more important to the cycle itself. There's a great celebration to take place. Not here, but I think that you should bring your friend to it.
And can I assume she's speaking in a way that Arnold would understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think Arnold will like call back to her like the sound of a ship quietly on the water, and be like, "Is he okay?"
He's old. His time is running short. I think that it would mean a great deal to him to see this before it ends. She says, we druids, we revere the circle. It has no beginning and no end. When we take wood and recreate it, we build the wheel, which has allowed, well, all of that. And she like gestures back in the direction of Glarendar. There's power in the circle. No beginning, no end. A cycle repeating. In the cycle of the world, well, we all must face this challenge as well. We cannot all remain forever. We are born and we will die, but that does not mean it is the end.
The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning.
I have a friend who speaks of the wheel of destiny. It says that the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. The beginning is the end, is the beginning. I think
Arnold
you should
is gonna
bring him
like
to see this.
Arnold is going to like kind of just like take all of these very heavy thoughts and just sort of like very like quietly process them. And he's not currently able to communicate directly with Acorn. His ability to speak with animals requires more time than that. But he is going to like very gently hold out his jam-covered hand. And like hold it out like very lightly, kind of like in like a, it's okay sort of gesture to little Acorn in the tree to like basically like offer him a lift.
Mm-hmm.
Friend, Acorn.
And I think he like lifts his head, and you could see like he's weak, he's weak, he's worn. And the other bird, I think, like encourages him a little bit, like nuzzles him, and like I think he pulls himself up to his feet, and you kind of have to slide your hand under him and pick him up more than him jumping into it. But there he is in your sticky berry jam hand. And you lift him up out of the hole, and she says, your presence, now she's like speaking in common, she says, your presence has been requested, especially Rascal Danger Cur. They say, even in the Arcadian realms, they know stories of you.
I think Rasklin's gonna look surprised and confused for a moment because he's just been watching all this happening, not able to understand what's going on some more. He could talk to Acorn, but he does not know what Rain or Arnold are saying. But after a quick moment of surprise, he will recompose his face and say, yes, of course. I am well known in many places, and I shall happily go where my presence is requested.
She says, an associate of mine, Nim, wishes to have you perform for their people tonight. I thought perhaps you all could bring the small one to them. It will be a night of celebration and one you will not soon forget in this life. I thought it was something you might all share together.
I love a celebration.
Good. You will be the entertainment. And so...
Why did that sound so ominous? You will entertain us, and then we will cook you and eat you for dinner.
And so I think that with that, Rain strides over to the men here circle, and she murmurs a whispered word. She's just like, Lagos, come. They must go now. And I think that you see this figure kind of materializing in the center of this glade, in the center of this massive circle, as it were. This massive kind of just force of nature, the guardian of this grove. It's titanic. It dwarfs Arnold.
No, that's the noise I'm making.
And so this huge hulking kind of wooden figure, it's got these sort of four glowing kind of turquoise eyes set in this face that's almost like the recess of a tree. It too is covered in moss, and there's all these kind of fungus growing off the top of it, mushrooms and whatnot. And I think that Rain says, my work keeps me away, but Lagos knows where to take you. Nim will find you on the other side and escort you. I wish you well. And then I think she leans down by Arnold's hand and murmurs a few words to the tiny bird and just pats him once, And I think turning, she takes the pin out of the nest and is like, one of you should hold this for him. It is a heavy burden for such a small one to bear. And so she
Bram
hands it
takes
to you,
it.
Bram. And I think that she just says to you very quietly in Druidic, Bram, I think there will be much for you to learn as well. I'm glad that you heard my call.
I hope so. I barely know what's happening to myself, so the more that I can learn, as Rasklin told me a long time ago, all the best thing for me is to just learn from others and see what they can teach me. So I'm here to find out as much as I can. Thank you for inviting me.
My training was different, but what's happening to you, to both of you, you're not alone. I hope there's something of value here for you. Keep your friends safe. We will meet again. And this massive kind of guardian in the center is like, shall we go?
Can everyone understand that?
Yeah, it's speaking in this kind of common tongue, this booming, echoing voice,
Yeah, I think Arnold will lift little Acorn up in his hand, and he's going to whisper, "Go, we go."
And he just he tweets once at you, And so I think as the four of you step within the bounds of this stone circle, Rain kind of standing watching, she just nods as you enter, and you hear Lagos's voice just kind of reverberating through your body as he's like, I love this part. And suddenly you feel yourself like thinning a little bit. And like, there's a pop. There's like this audible popping sound. And you all kind of blink as you like stumble forward half a step, and you realize you're entirely elsewhere in the forest. The canopy above you is much more kind of close and closed in. It's a little bit darker than it was from where you just came. Arnold is holding the old weathered chickadee acorn in one hand. Bram has pocketed the pin. And as you look around, you realize you're in a different stone circle. These stones are bigger. There's only one circle, not two, kind of concentrically. To your back is this massive tree growing up out of the center of the circle itself. This towering kind of oak tree whose branches are kind of shading most of this area. But the real thing that draws all of your attentions is as you like look right in front of you, you guys kind of blink, like adjusting to the dimmer light in this space. And there are these four kind of hulking canine-like figures, but they stand on two legs. Their fur is a kind of mottled greenish brown. They have weapons at their sides. They are gnolls, these massive kind of humanoid hyenas as they were. And they're all kind of looming around this form on the ground, this kind of pure white that's covered in blood. There's blood in the ground all around it. And that's when you see it, Arnold. Stepping out from like behind one of the stones amidst this group is this 10-foot tall, bandy-legged, green-skinned, mottled warrior. And so I think as Arnold screams, Troll! This is where I say, roll initiative.
Troll!
Yeah!
Troll initiative!
Troll
Wow, Rasklin
initiative.
has no idea what's going on. Okay.
That's what happens. Sometimes you're wandering
Oh
around
my
the
gosh,
tunnel.
it's so big.
It's very big. It's like 10 feet tall, Raskin. It makes Arnold seem like a little guy, you know?
Boy.
And,
Okay.
so I think as Arnold screams, the gnolls kind of like wheel around looking back at you like, and the troll is like, yes, I am Troll. What'd you guys get here? What'd you get, Bram?
I got a 12.
Nice. Got it.
I cannot click my character to save my life right now. Hold on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
I
I
got
had to reload
got-
my.
I got a 3.
Tree.
Oof.
I got a tree. Yeah, very appropriate.
3.
It is. It's highly appropriate.
All right, whatever. I can't select my token for some reason, but I can roll. There you go.
Troll.
Okay.
Troll. I can troll.
Roll.
I get
To roll.
Rasklin at 13. Tala?
Give me
Oh,
2
you got
secs.
it. Cool.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I can't.
Is it not working? You got no control? Sorry, I know
Mm-mm.
why. It's just not.
Oh, because it's the other one. Yeah.
Fixing it.
The other
Mhm.
one.
Yeah, I don't think I can click mine either.
There we go. Now I can.
For those who don't know, man, Arnold hates a troll so much. This is really gonna mess with his like little Zen vibe that he's been trying to put on for Acorn. Maybe he shouldn't be holding the bird.
Ups,
no.
ups and downs. And so I think
A wise
Arnold
thought.
screams troll, and these gnolls that are like standing around whatever this kind of corpse is here in the middle of this area, they turn like wheeling back at you. They're right in front of you, right at the edge of the stone circle, and they're just kind of like, and they start grabbing for their weapons, and they leap at you unflinchingly. And so I think with that, the gnolls go on 16. And yeah, this is what's going to happen.
Hello.
They're going right
Yep,
for it.
they're coming.
3 of the 4 of them,
Oh boy.
they just kind
Yeah,
of
never mind my measuring.
they raise their spears and come charging in at you guys. So the first one's going to go for Tala. He's got the spear clutched in 2 hands. He like punches it out at you. 7 and misses as you like easily spin around it, despite the surprise of like stumbling face first into these things. Tala's always ready. These 2 come rolling up at Arnold, who's like roaring troll, and the pair of them punch out with their spears. 17 and 10.
17 hits.
Arnold, you take 5 points of piercing damage.
Got it.
And this final one is kind of like steps back in next to the troll, and it raises a bow and is gonna shoot at you, Arnold. You're the biggest one there. 5.
A miss.
Woof.
The arrow like sails past the other gnolls, just between Arnold and Tala, hammering into the tree trunk, boom, where it like vibrates as the troll's turn ends. Rascaln, you're up on 13.
Oh boy, it's me already. Okay.
Yeah.
But everybody's so close. That's stressful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tight quarters.
Yeah, which means a lot of the like cool magic that I would do is probably dangerous.
That's your
Danger
middle
is my
name.
middle name. It's
And your last, apparently, Mr. Danger.
Mr. Danger. Yeah. However, let's go with. You know what? Yeah, we'll stab at it. We'll stab at it with
Ooh.
Take a
the
stab at it.
feather blade. They're right here. They step to me, and I do not take being stepped to lightly.
So Rascaln's rapier snaps out of the
Yes.
sheath. Fenric Faradine's feather blade lances out and just like plunges into this knoll that's squared up with Arnold. You could go ahead and roll damage.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 8 piercing damage. It's like as the tip of the sword drives through the leather armor into this thing's ribs.
Yeah, great. And then I think he's going to turn to his fellow small folk, Brahm, like peering around the trunk of this huge tree and say, "Now is our moment, Brahm. We spoke of this long ago in the tavern. Now is our time to stand together and fight." Bardic inspiration.
Yeah, and that's a D6.
It's a D8.
Yeah,
D8.
wrestling's a big
Alright,
deal now.
I will keep my
Now.
wrestling die D8
Always,
ready.
always has been. I'm sorry. My
Yeah,
bad.
I was going to say that's implications right there.
Ouch.
Okay, Bram with the nice fat D8 of inspiration. Rascaln, that was your action,
Yeah.
bonus action. You're not going to move. Bram, you are up on 12, sir.
All right, Bram, emboldened by Rascaln's encouragement, is going to, first of all, raise the tiny little wooden whistle that he wears around his neck on a small leather strap, and he holds it up to his lips, and with a smile at Rascaln, who he knows is a vocal performer, he's going to give a small little performance of his own, blowing this whistle, but you hear nothing. Instead, you just see beaming down out of the you said, Rich, that it was sort of morning-ish,
Yeah, yep.
streaming through the light of the branches. It sort of seems to coalesce into this narrow beam of light, and plopped down right in front of everyone behind these knolls. You see the light materialize and settle on a large creature. Thick paws, long fur, this tricolor appearance of a large mountain dog, a Bernese mountain dog, but glistening as if it were illuminated in the moonlight. And it lands with a thud and glances around, looking over all of you, and gives this hearty this deep bark, and as that bark instills in your ears, you are emboldened, and you each gain 8 temporary hit points.
Whoa.
Awesome.
I really needed that.
And
I love the universal enthusiasm. That was great.
And as the dog here sort of settles in its spot, it drops its butt on the ground, sitting on one of these roots. Its legs sort of splaying out a little bit, but it looks hardy and strong. And Bram shouts out, "Stay close to Bailey!" And if you remain within 30 feet of Bailey, you have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Does
That is his
apply
bonus action.
to everybody or just us?
Amazing.
That does. That applies to just us.
Okay. Cool.
So he focuses on you. Yeah, we're not emboldening any trolls over here.
Give the trolls more hit points, Austin. Come on. They're on the DM team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is all just the big sabotage point where you realize that Bram's been working against you the whole time.
Oh no, traitor!
Dark Druid. No, that is his bonus action though. And now Bram pulls from his back this large wooden shepherd's crook. All down the shaft of the crook, you can see that there is like carved into it this like marching row of animals that just winds its way up the length of the shaft. All kinds of animals carved into it. And he raises the staff in front of himself and slams it down onto the ground, very like Gandalf style, like into the root of the tree in front of himself. And that beam of light that materialized around Bailey, the hound, so shifts from a golden color into a grayish silver light, the light of the moon. And it shifts like a spotlight from the point where it's beaming down on Bailey to shoot directly at the troll. And he casts Moonbeam onto the troll.
Okay, nice.
Cool.
So what's my saving throw?
So at the start, when the creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn. So right now, it needs to make a Constitution saving throw, which it's probably pretty good at, but that's what I got.
That's a 20! This
Wow.
troll is not having it, and I'm coming
Rich,
in
you don't get
hot.
to use that voice for the baddies.
I do.
A
I
nat
know.
20 and a dirty 20.
So no effect as the Moonbeam is now on the troll, so it stays on that spot. So I'm going to put it in the bottom right corner, so bottom left corner, sort of closest to us. There is now this shaft of moonlight down on top of the troll. He'll have to make the save again at the start of his turn. He still takes damage though. He takes half damage.
Those are my favorite.
You gotta love that, right?
I always forget about that.
Every little bit.
So he still takes 5 points. So it was 10 down to 5 points of radiant damage.
Okay, so you guys see this this beam of light that Bram conjures, and there's like smoke kind of rolling off the trolls. It's like growling. Bram, that was your action. That was your bonus action. You have movement.
I think at this point, Bram is going to just duck around behind the tree.
Not a bad call.
Putting a little bit of distance.
Everybody
he's going to actually stay just within the range of Bailey, though.
Okay,
just sort of around the side of the tree.
Gotcha.
That's my turn.
That will bring us to Tala on 9.
Okay, great. So yeah, Tala was totally about to position herself in front of Bram, so this is great that he is ducked behind a tree, and she's just going to take her short sword and swing out at the knoll in front of her, with a cry of "You are no Dave Knoll." She is very angry at this imposter knoll. And that is a 9, which I assume is a big fat miss.
Dave is one of a kind. A 9 is a big fat miss. I am sorry about that. 9. The short sword swings out, and we see the knoll, like, his arms twist, like, wildly fast, knocking the sword out of the way with his spear.
Yeah, and so she, this hit goes wide, and then she's going to come back with an elbow and try to unarmed strike, and it's going to be another 9 because she is very enraged at this imposter knoll.
Tala losing focus at the thought of Dave Knoll. Who'd have guessed? And so her elbow fires out at this thing, and we see the knoll just duck right underneath the blow. That's Tala's action. Bonus action. You want to move? Anything else?
No, I'm standing here.
Okay, which brings us to Troll. Troll will make another Constitution saving throw as he starts to turn in the moonbeam. 20! You can't make it up. I'm wasting all these rolls on saving throws. So,
but you still take.
Yep.
That's a 17 reduced to 8 points of radiant damage.
How dare you? Okay, so that's gonna be got it. And as he like steps out of this beam of light and tries to like assess where he can go, I think he's like scowling at this spectral dog, and he tries to like kick it as he's coming forward, but his foot just passes through, right? So he comes storming up, and I think Rasclin Danger Kerr, you feel the danger in your bones as this troll, like, you know, easily 3 times taller than you, like, has to be at least 8 times as massive, looming over Arnold, comes stepping forward. You see some of the burning from the moonbeam healing away. It's radiant damage, right, Austin?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not fire, unfortunately.
Got it. So some of his wounds have healed, but as he steps in and he's looking down at Arnold, he throws a claw at the Warforged. 24. That's a hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Arnold, you take 12 points of slashing damage.
Got it.
And
my
then
temporary
he
hit
just like
points are gone.
smiles down at you, Rasclin, like, you look tasty. And just like looms down and tries to bite you. Its mouth like gigantic. 19, does that hit?
Zed, you're muted.
Uh-oh.
Yes, that definitely hits.
For 8 points of piercing damage.
Well, there go my temporary hit points.
At which point he like throws another claw out at the big man. 19, Arnold.
That'll
That
do it.
hits.
Yep.
For 8 points of slashing damage. So
Jeez.
Arnold, that's 20 total. Rasclin, you take 8. We see him like reach down and just try to like kind of swallow Rasclin whole. He really doesn't think that you're gonna have as much fight in you as you do, you know. And you like kind of roll away from it, and his teeth like kind of score across your arm, blood like dropping off your elbow, and the 2 like hammering blows land into Arnold. That's the troll's turn. Arnold, you are up.
Arnold is obviously incensed at the sight of a troll, and has been, and it is like a delayed reaction because he's just like bellowing the word troll throughout the whole ordeal. That it is only now that he finishes shouting the word troll and begins to officially rage. So he is now raging. The hat of disguise that's on his head, a little ski cap that is currently not disguising much. He is going to lift that ever so slightly and place Acorn underneath the hat very safely and securely as he is to set about his business. And Arnold is going to he's feeling the fury coursing through his body, like he's not, like it's worse than the itchiness of the mossy beard. His eyes are hot, his hands are hot, his hand so hot that he cannot help but arc it upward at the troll as it produces flame and zaps out a blast of fire at this troll. So I'm going to attack with produce flame.
This is where I have to break your heart because you are raging.
Yeah.
And you can't cast while you're raging. So you have
Got
to
it.
produce flame, then rage.
All right. So I'm producing the flame and then I'll rage.
Got it.
We'll reverse the order.
Yep. So go ahead, make your ranged attack with your produce flame.
Yes.
Which is unfortunately at disadvantage.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it
Doesn't
matter.
Doesn't
Oh
matter.
man.
But that's okay. I think it's rather poignant. As
Yeah.
you see it, Rasklin, Arnold standing next to you, this fire appears in his hand after he tucks Acorn away in his little, mossy hair underneath the hat. And he heaves this ball of flame that the troll is like just thrashing at you, though, Arnold. And I think the troll like smashes your arm and the fire kind of goes wide and deflects off the stone over here.
Oh, okay. Then that's going to make him really angry, and now he's going to rage.
Excellent. And so now he is raging as the fire like deflects around the side of the troll. That's your action. That's your bonus action, Arnold.
That's it. That's everything. I'd like to stand between no, I don't want to draw any opportunity attacks. I'll just go. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
You got it then. The gnolls are up on 16. At this point, as Arnold's being hammered by the troll, this one gnoll really steps in between the two of you. Way too brazen, putting himself in between Arnold and Tala Petrichor. This seems like a bad decision, but he doesn't realize it. So he tries to stab at the giant metal man with the two-handed spear. 23, that hits.
That'll do.
Feel a spear like ping, crack into the side of you for 9, reduced to 4 damage, Arnold.
Yep.
Meanwhile, this one is like darting around, eyes kind of trailing after Bram, and it gets to where it's like flanking you, Tala, and is gonna take a shot at you also with this two-handed spear. With advantage 17?
AC 17, so yeah.
That does unfortunately get you. As you're like trying to like batter it away with your short sword, he like runs the spear down the edge of your sword, and like the spear tip like kind of lances into your wrist for 4 points of piercing damage.
Yep.
And then this final one just in front of Arnold again with the two-handed spear. 15 misses, right?
That's going to miss.
Okay, and we got our guy back here with the bow. There's one still kind of like tucked up next to the rocks, knocks another arrow, and will shoot for the metal man. They're not that dumb.
No.
6, that misses another arrow. Like, I think Rasklin, an arrow comes sailing in, like, thunk, and like hits the tree right above your head. You feel it like kind of sail through that feathered hair. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's the gnolls. Rasklin, you're up.
Okay. At this point, now that this big old guy is here in front of me, I think Rasklin kind of like glanced over as Arnold suddenly shot flames out of his hands, which he's never seen before.
Yeah.
But there are more pressing matters to attend to at this moment in time. So Rasklin is going to cast Dissonant Whispers at 2nd level at this troll, and that is a wisdom save for this stupid troll.
Stupid troll. That's an 18.
Oh, that will save. Okay, so that halves the damage. So it'll be 5 psychic
6
damage.
even, right?
Why?
Because you did a higher level cast, and so
Oh,
it's
I
got
see. So
you
it
got
does
12
it separately.
altogether. Yep,
Okay, I
yep,
understand. Yeah, so 6 psychic damage.
Got it. I think that the troll
Can't heal from that troll.
It like shakes its head, like closing its eyes for a minute. It opens them and it's glaring down at you, Rasklin. Like, you first, then. Rasklin, that was your action. You have movement and a bonus action.
I do. I think I'm gonna hold off for now because we're doing okay.
Okay.
For now. Yeah.
Bram, you're up on 12.
Don't forget your good berries.
All right. So I think Bram, who last was ducking around behind the tree, sort of running around for cover, is just continuing to run around that side of the tree, and then comes sort of face to face with the troll.
Oh.
Backs up. But I think as he realizes that the troll has come rushing up towards Rasklin and Arnold, he is going to sort of with his staff, like you would sort of hook something with the crook of the staff. He's going to reach out and pull, drawing the moonbeam towards the troll, as if it was being pulled by that own force of movement. So correct me if this is how this works, but because they take they have to make the save the first time on a turn that a creature enters the space. Does the troll have to make another check now? Because it's not the creature entering the space, it's the spell entering the creature's space. So I'm not sure how you want to rule that.
I'm going to rule that he'll roll for the damage now. Yeah, sure. Yep.
Cool. All right, perfect. Then what I'd like to do is actually move it to where it's sort of right in front of Arnold and Rasklin, in that sort of spot just under the knoll.
Gotcha.
So that if the troll wants to keep attacking Arnold, it's got to stay in the moonbeam.
Yeah.
So another Constitution saving throw.
Rasklin, yeah, you see Bram is like bringing the spotlight right to you as the moonbeam's like, and, like stops right in front of you. Right?
Bram, I am truly impressed and I appreciate the good lighting.
You look wonderful.
Wow, Ziggy Stardust over here.
Really, I have
It's
failed
happening.
a saving throw.
Yeah, my DC is 13. So full
Amazing.
damage. I'm rolling well on these. That's 12 points of radiant damage.
Oh
Love to
yes,
see it,
Those
though.
Rasklin dice.
You do love to see it.
those Rasklin dice.
Yeah. And then Bram is going to just sort of skirt back just a little. So he's still kind of keeping a little bit of distance. That was his action to move the moonbeam. And I think with his bonus, he's just going to be prepared. He's going to take a couple stones from his pocket and use a cantrip magic stone to imbue them with the old magic.
Got it.
And he's just going to keep them on hand in case he needs them.
Okay,
But that's
cool.
his turn.
So as Bram like scrambles back over the roots and like tucks himself around the far
Mm-hmm.
side of the tree, the moonbeam is now like just glimmering into the ground right in front of Arnold and Rasklin. The troll like wildly kind of yelling as this light like sears and burns it. That's Bram's turn. Tala, you're up on 9.
Okay. Am I correct that Arnold and I are not flanking this middle knoll, right? Like it
Nope.
seems like it's yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
Yep, you would have to move, which you could do.
Yeah, okay.
You might want to.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Okay, so first I'm gonna take a swipe at the knoll behind me, the one that's not in between us,
Okay.
with my short sword.
The short sword flashes. 24 hits.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. For 6
and
damage.
Noel like howls as you like stab into his arm. He's like, "Ah."
Great. Yeah. So, Tala has finally got her wits about her about what is happening right now. She's not busy looking for her hunky dreamboat Noel, who is clearly not here. And so she finally manages to strike out with her short sword at this Noel. And then she is going to use a key point for Step of the Wind so that she can disengage. Let me know if I'm doing this incorrectly.
Nope.
And so with that, she is actually going to move to the other side of the knoll that's between her and Arnold so that she's flanking him for Arnold's next go. If that
Okay.
works. And I cannot move her. but
And not
hopefully-
being flanked.
For now. I expect
for
that
now.
to change
Yeah,
very
yeah.
quickly. But
This is weird. I don't know why you could move her. Okay, cool.
Okay.
That's where you were just trying to go, though?
yeah.
Got it. So your Step of the Wind, you like spin away from this knoll faster than it can even react or try to respond to you. And that is your action and your bonus action, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Troll goes. This troll is pissed. It heals, but also it takes damage. I'm going to roll another con save. I think it's just like going to stand here as it's furious. 12 fails a saving throw.
So then that's another 12 points of radiant damage.
Oh, gosh.
As the moonbeam
Wow.
just continues to just the lightest saloon.
Yep, he doesn't realize that you did that, or man, he would be on the other side of that tree. I think with that, he's going to take a shot at Rasklin with the horrible claws. 18?
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, and then one claw for Arnold. Ooh, 25. That hits
That'll
both
do
you
it.
guys. Rasklin, you take 9 as these vicious like claws kind of like ripping
Owie.
you. You feel him like grab you and you pull yourself out of the grasp, but you're still hurt pretty badly. Arnold, you take 13 reduced to 6.
Got it.
And now he's going to bite. He's going to try to bite Rasklin. And he's like, die already. And he looms down, like snapping his teeth down on your shoulder for 7 points of piercing damage.
Oh, no. Okay.
It's getting ugly. Arnold, you're up on 3.
Arnold's going to snap his head and look at Rasklin and go, Rasklin, no! And his eyes will blast a blue beam of light at Rasklin. It's his bonus action healing word.
But wait a minute. This is where I have to catch you again, because are you raging?
I'll take can the rage go?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, then the rage is gone.
Okay.
Great. I'm healing Rasklin.
Wow. Stopped raging to heal your friend.
Look at the character growth. He's
Wholesome.
stopped raging.
So for 3, right?
Yes, 3. You don't get extra healing for rage. So yes,
Right.
you get 3 points of health back, Rasklin. And what does that look like when Arnold casts heal? Oh,
He's
the blue
like,
beam of light.
there's like these blue lights just like emanate from his eyes, from his robot eyes. That just like awash. Rasklin is awash in this blue healing light.
Okay.
From the robot pseudo barbarian.
That was your bonus action. You still have your action.
Yeah, Arnold is then going to remove his greatsword from his back and have the wherewithal to understand that, yeah, probably these gnolls just need to die so he can focus on the troll. So he is going to attack the one that he is flanking with Tala.
Okay.
That is with advantage.
Sure is. Ka-chunk.
Yeah.
25 hits.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to be 9 points of damage.
Got it.
And he shall do that again.
Second attack, 25 hits again.
For
Plus
7.
another 7. You just like whoosh, whoosh, as your eyes, like the blue beam kind of like vanishes, your head wheeling around, the sword just arcs twice, hammering into the back of this gnoll who screams viciously. It's still up, but barely holding itself on its feet. Arnold, that's your action. That's your bonus action. You're holding your ground. Gnoll's going on 16. These two.
I think Rasklin's also going to like looking very disheveled, sort of like look up at Arnold to be like, thanks for the light show, friend.
Friends. It's all about lighting Rasklin well. That's actually
man.
the whole like, goal of the adventure.
He feels like crap, but he looks great.
I think this gnoll in the back, as Tala has like put her back to it, it's going to shoot its longbow to try to put an arrow into the monk. 17.
Yep.
Just
2
barely
points
again,
of
right?
piercing damage.
Yep.
This arrow like kind of glances off of your shoulder. Meanwhile, these two go. I think this gnoll, like feeling like things are dealt with, comes racing around the side of the tree for Tiny Bram. And it's just like it's like making these horrible hyena noises as it like punches out with the spear, grasping it with 2 hands. 17?
Yep. That'll do it.
Bram, you take 6 points of piercing damage.
All right. And Bram does need to make a concentration check to hold the moonbeam in place.
Yep.
So that's a 12. So we're
12.
okay. The moonbeam's still going.
Yep.
But he takes the 6 points.
Concentration checks, whenever you're holding concentration on a spell and you get hit, you got to roll a con save. The difficulty is either 10 or half the damage, whichever is higher. That's for the sake of somebody who might have recently become a druid. No. These last 2 nulls.
Who's that?
Who could that be?
Who could that be?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it might be Bram. This one here, this one here with this 2-handed spear is going to stab out at Tala, who's still in front of him, and then this one for Arnold. 6, Tala, you easily like wheel away from this like clumsy shove of the spear as this gnoll in front of you is badly hurt, and the second one tries to get you, Arnold. You swat the spear away with your sword. Rasklin, you're up on 13.
Okay. I think inspired by Bram's idea of this moonbeam that is essentially cornering the troll who wants to keep attacking us, Rasklin is going to cast Cloud of Daggers which is a similar sort of operation.
Indeed it is.
Drop this in there. So I'll do the square right below the moonbeam. So there's the moonbeam here, and then like catching the light from the moonbeam, the next spot over, you can like see these daggers like flashing in the light from the moonbeam. And that is nope, it's not a save. It just takes that damage on its turn, technically.
It does, but isn't it also like when the creature enters that space? Is that what it says? Let me double check.
Slashing damage to all that enter or start turn in that area.
Okay, we're gonna give it to him now. Go ahead and roll the damage.
I think I did. I think by clicking on it.
You're
yeah,
right.
so
You're
six.
Right.
Six slashing damage.
Yep, sorry. So we see now this cloud of daggers like dancing in the light next to the moon.
A lot of drama.
Like,
the
daggers are like shredding away at things like Rasklin. That was your action. You have movement and a bonus action.
It's true, I do. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do Mantle of Inspiration.
Oh.
Oh no. Mantle of Inspiration, which gives 5 temporary hit points to creatures within 60 feet of me. 3 of them, I think. Yes. And they can move up to their reaction speed without provoking an opportunity attack. So I guess that's everybody but me. Unless, can I cast it on myself?
Good call. I'm double checking. I'm just reading.
Because I'd love to move.
I was going to say, do it because I don't need to move. It's fine.
I'm going to say yes because it just says choose a number of creatures, so you could be one of them. There's nothing about the fact that it couldn't be you.
Great. Then I'm going to give it to Arnold, Rasklin, and Bram. So 5 temporary hit points.
Yeah.
First and foremost.
If you still have the Bram ones, like you have to choose, right? Like,
sure.
Yeah.
I do not.
I do not.
Sir,
They're
long
gone. They're gone.
Yeah.
Ow.
So 5 temporary hit points. Mantle of Inspiration. Rasklin is going to manually billow his cloak because he does not have a cloak of billowing. It's not like he's mad about it. But as he does,
Not at all.
fireworks will shoot off of his shoulders. And he is absolutely going to get away from this troll. Yes.
wild. That's really good.
Glamour Bard, baby.
And so to that end, if anybody else wants to burn their reaction right now to move, they could.
I certainly will. Bram is going to, inspired by the sound and light show of Rasklin, is going to rush away from a knoll that is currently harrying him around the tree, and position himself sort of standing on one of these thick roots of the oak tree, kind of closer to the troll than he'd like to be, but standing next to Rasklin.
Rasklin has moved to a similar spot so that if the troll comes in their direction, he's still going to be in the cloud of daggers.
I love
Arnold moves ever so slightly, just like on top of a branch, a little bit away from the knolls to just stand right in front of the troll face to face.
Okay. I love that we see like Rasklin darting one way around the tree and Bram darting the other, and the two of them just come like racing right up to each other and like turn, wheeling around shoulder to shoulder, right? This troll's
you know what, Philly? Yeah. I'm reading the description, and it's because I'm 5th level now, it's 8 hit points, not 5.
Oh, hey, it sure is.
Wow.
This is my first 5th level session, so
I've also
I'm
changed my mind and I'm
learning on the fly.
Staying where I am. If that's
okay. You want to stay where you are. You're going to hold your ground.
So. Yeah, I'd like to keep the flanking.
Yep, yeah. I don't blame you. Rasklin and Bram come like darting up, like shoulder to shoulder. They wheel together. The troll is standing in the cloud of daggers, the moonbeam searing at Rasklin. That was your action. You have a bonus action? Anything else?
That was Mantle of Inspiration was my bonus action.
Yeah,
I moved. Technically, that wasn't my movement, but I'm good.
Bram, you're up on 12.
All right, so Bram at the start of his turn, as he's standing next to Rasklin, looking at the light dancing off the cloud of daggers like a disco ball. You know, this is the first time that he's cast a spell of this magnitude, and he realizes that he cast it incorrectly. The moonbeam is centered on a point with a 5-foot radius, so I believe that should actually cover a 4-foot square because I can put the point right in the middle. So so Bram, sort of standing next to Rasklin, pulls his hands open and the moonbeam expands. What I'd instead like to do is actually catch the knoll and the troll, so kind of expand it up in the other direction to pull it across two creatures.
Yes, very doable.
So just going to do that now. I guess the knoll makes a check, a constitution check, as the moonbeam expands onto him.
Yep. You just realized how powerful the moonbeam is, Bram, and as we watch it,
cool.
expand, right? The knoll's like, go ahead and roll damage.
11 points of radiant damage.
Oh, yeah, that's not great for him. He looks badly hurt, though he's still standing. Okay.
All right, that's nothing. That was just housekeeping.
Yep.
Bram is going to.
That's monster rolls. That's nothing. Now to the actual work. Let's go.
It's like you're talking about spreadsheets.
Bram is going to take one of the magic stones he just imbued with the old magic, load it into his sling, and huck a stone back across the knoll that had chased after him, trying to clock it right in the jaw. So he makes a attack roll. That'll be a dirty 20.
Oh, yeah, hits.
Yeah.
We see the blue stone like leap from the sling, like sailing like a bullet. Crack! It smashes into the knoll's face.
For 5 points of bludgeoning damage, as it knocks a couple teeth free. That's his action. With his bonus, Tala, how are you looking?
I'm not bad. I still have 10 hit points left, so.
Oh, perfect. Okay, then in that case, I think Bram's just going to chill. I think that's going to be his turn next to Rasklin. He's going to give him a little thumbs up and hold his ground.
Got it. Sitting tight, the troll right on top of you here. Tala, you're up on 9.
Okay.
Oh, actually,
Oh.
sorry, quick, because I can do it with my bonus action. I'm actually just going to shift Bailey. Is going to sort of stand, sort of shake all the fur rolling, and Bailey's just going to kind of like mosey on over towards the troll. This incorporeal dog just shifting the radius of the strength effect.
Got it.
So that we've got a little bit more movement to work in. That's all.
That's a formidable dog right there. Okay, Tala, you're up on 9.
Okay. Yeah. Tala is going to try to finish off this knoll in front of her. 17.
Hits.
Yeah. For 8 damage.
For 8 points of piercing damage, Tala, the sword like flashes, and I think you just take the knoll's throat right out. It's like drops down to the ground, smashing into the tree next to you and Arnold. It is defeated.
Dad?
Yeah. And then
That was
so
Dad, not Dad.
I know.
Yeah,
Just to clarify.
Not that.
So this knoll went after her tiny buddy, and that is not okay. So she is chasing after this knoll that went behind the tree.
Yes.
And she is going to like swing around and try to punch it in the face.
Okay.
Yeah. 20.
20 hits.
Yeah, she's real mad. You don't go after Bram for 8 bludgeoning damage.
Wow.
Tala's fist snaps out and like cracks into this thing's mouth as the knoll kind of like turns away from Bram and Rasklin as Tala comes like racing up just in time to catch a fist to the snoot. Yeah, it's like spitting out multiple teeth now, all kinds of battered. Tala, that's your action. That's your bonus action. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. But she's like growling real loud. She is like 100% trying to draw this knoll's attention away from the small folk behind him.
Oh yeah, you got it. Tala, that was your turn. Troll is up on 7. I have to roll multiple damages here. Bram, go ahead and roll your moonbeam damage. Rasklin, give me a cloud of daggers.
It's incredible.
They're a little overconfident. It's like the Wolverine syndrome. He doesn't think he needs to move because he heals from everything. Oof.
Whoa.
10 points from the cloud of daggers. We see like just shredding and churning, cutting away at this troll's leg. And the moonbeam?
I rolled 9 damage, so I think that gets halved to 4.
Got it. Yup, it's a troll. It's like healing as all this damage is coming into it, right? You're like watching the flesh try to like knit itself closed as the daggers are like shredding away. And gosh, it did not like any of that. I think like it turns looking back at the pair of you, and it's going to step away and let Arnold take an attack of opportunity at it.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm going to love doing that. I got to
I
be
bet
honest
you
with you.
Face me, stupid troll!
But he's just going to swing wildly and miss.
Yeah, it sure does. A critical one. I think the greatsword like snaps out and the troll like smashes it. It's all you can do to keep it in your hands, Arnold. If they were not magnetic, you'd be in bad shape. The troll like stepping out of the moonbeam in the cloud of daggers. So it's looming over the poor small folk. Yeah, this might be bad. The troll is like
You don't say.
Very angry. It really wants to eat the gnome. It tries to bite Rasklin. Critical one. That's a disastrous failure. I think it like trips on the root, like stumbling into the tree, trying to get away from the cloud of daggers, and then it's going to give a claw.
Rasklin is very nimble.
Oh, no doubt.
Famous last words. I'm nervous.
Nimble and quick, nigh
No, the
indestructible.
famous last words are virtually indestructible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
correct. Rasklin, 24, Bram, 19. It throws a claw at each of you.
Yep.
Rasklin,
That'll do it.
You take 13 points of damage.
What?
Bram, you take 8 as these vicious, like 4 or 5 inch long talons on the end of these incredibly long, thin green fingers on this troll. They just like tear into you as it's wildly like grabbing at you two little folk, trying to end your days here in the forest. That's the troll.
Very glad my mantle inspired myself.
Oh yeah, that was a very useful mantle. Arnold, you're up on 3-1-3.
All right, I'm gonna just so I like took a swing, an attack of opportunity at this troll as it's leaving, and I'd like to play that as though like the sword continued its arc, and potentially landed into this knoll that is still right next to me. So I'm gonna do this as a reckless attack.
Oh boy!
But I would like to be raging first if I can.
Okay, you start raging again. You slip back into a rage. Yep.
Yeah, so I slip back into a rage. I with my bonus action, my sword recklessly lodging into this knoll, which was a good choice because it was another critical one.
It
for
is.
me.
It's another terrible critical one.
But instead, it's a 23. Thank God. And so that's going to be 12 damage. 12 damage for this knoll.
The sword just like cleaves down into the knoll's head, and it like ceases moving immediately as you yank it free, and he falls backwards.
Now, Rich, so I have my extra attack, and my question is, how could one go about using acid as part of this attack?
If you want to throw the acid as your second attack,
or could I smash it into this?
You could, but it's meant to be thrown. If you step in and just smash it on him, you might in fact melt your hand with acid.
Yeah, I'd rather not do that. So I think I'm then like, do I have to drop my sword in order to do this?
No, I'm gonna give it to you. You're holding your sword in one hand, and you're able to like reach down and pull the acid off your belt and throw it.
Yeah, this was for close encounters. This is why he went to Boutro not terribly long ago and bought a vial of acid. It's very expensive. And so for 17, he is splashing this acid.
That hits.
At the troll.
Hurl this like small vial as it like breaks, shattering against the side of the troll. And because of your rage, I'm going to give you the 2 extra points of damage as glass shards smash it. You shouldn't. It's only melee attacks, but it does 8
Just
points
do the 8 then. That's totally
of
fine.
acid damage.
Yeah.
We see the acid like crack into the troll, who's got its back to you now. How dare he, Arnold? turn his back.
Yeah, that's what Arnold doesn't like. He's telepathically beaming into the trolls.
Turn around and face me, you coward! You pain in the acid!
We see the flask like break on the back of its head, and it's just like there's this like smoke, acrid, melting, like rolling off the back of his head as it wheels around like Arnold. That was your both attacks. Your bonus action. You have movement.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move closer to the troll.
You got it.
I'm in pursuit.
You step in right on top of him. Yep, got it. That brings us to Knowles. There's the two left here. One standing in the back with his bow, fires at Arnold. And then the other one, toe-to-toe with Tala. That is a miss. You feel the arrow like tang deflect off your back. This one on top of you, Tala, tries to stab you with the spear again. And he brings it down in like this arcing slash for 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
That's the Knowles. Rasklin, you're up on 13.
Sorry, just before you go, Rustin, I forgot to roll a concentration check for my moonbeam after getting hit by the troll.
Thank you.
So,
It's a good thing I
just
brought
made
a
it.
dungeon
That's an 11.
master.
I'm okay. 11.
You maintain your moonbeam. Yep, and with that, Rasklin, you're up.
Yeah, I guess I'm not going to continue my cloud of daggers because it's not movable, so I don't care that it's going to go away. But just so I understand for the future, would I have to do that also? Because that's a concentration spell.
Yes, when you took damage right there, like in other words, make a con save right now. And it's like an important little note. It's every individual time you take damage, right? Like if you get hit 3 times in a round, you got to make 3 saves. And perfect. You rolled a 2. So the difficulty is always either half the damage or 10, whichever's higher. So as the troll like hits you, you're like rattled. You're just not able to maintain focus on the magic that you're holding together. And we see the cloud of daggers kind of like evaporate, dissipating, right?
That's fine. I don't need it anymore. Anyway.
I don't even care.
I think it's time for things are not great right now.
Nope, things are escalating.
And we don't really have any healers in our party. I'm like the closest.
I
was going to say, technically we have 3. Only I can't heal.
Okay. Well, it's mass healing word time because Rasklin is not feeling great.
Mind blown. This is definitely the first 3rd level spell being cast on a podcast. I think that's hairy.
Ooh, yeah, and it's a good one. Great. Let's do it. Because Rasklin feels very rattled. He's very concerned for Bram next to him. And he knows that Tala and Arnold have taken some pretty severe hits as well. So he's going to stand his ground, which he is known to foolishly do, even when standing up to very big beasts like krakens and orcs and now trolls. Or not orcs, ogres. But he's going to cast Mass Healing Word, and everybody regains 5 hit points.
Including my troll? You going to heal a troll?
No.
Okay.
Screw the troll.
Okay.
If Bailey needs hit points, Bailey can have 5 hit points. But
Bailey is incorporeal and does not technically exist.
No.
I love it. Rasklin calls out a word of healing. All of you get 5 health back. That's your bonus action. Your action?
That's right. That's just a bonus action. That's why I took it.
Yep.
I forgot that part. Okay, excellent. I still get to attack. Even better. All right. Let's see. In that case, I got so excited about healing. And what a redeeming quality of Rasklin to be so selfless as to heal the whole party and not just himself. Great. Okay. Very silly. Let's just do a Thunder Wave. It's a con save. It may not go great, but it takes half damage at least if
sure.
Let's doesn't work.
Thunder Wave some stuff and see what happens here.
There's been no thunder damage yet, and Rasklin, God of Thunder, loves some thunder damage.
Bring the thunder.
Yeah,
15.
It's a DC 14, so it does save.
Excellent. We hear
But
this
it will take-
booming peal, this explosion of thunder.
I'll take a
echoing
whopping
through the
3.
forest.
3 thunder damage.
Actually, so you know what? Technically, because you just cast a second level spell or a third level spell as your bonus action, the only other thing you can cast is a cantrip. So you can save your thunder wave slot. That's my bad. I should have caught it.
Great. Fine.
yeah.
Excellent. You know what I'm going to do instead? I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery.
Okay, that's doable. Yeah,
And that's a wisdom save.
got it.
And it's 2d4 because I'm level 5 now.
Ooh, Harry, it rolled a 15
But it saves
again.
that too.
Yep, it's the worst.
Ay, ay, ay. All right. Well, two points of psychic damage.
Got it. What do you say to the troll?
Oh
to
wait, no,
viciously
that's a
mock
lie. I think nothing happens because it
takes no
saved. Never
damage.
mind.
Yep. What do you say?
I was
to it,
still in
though?
Thunderwave mode. I'm just gonna remind it that it's big and ugly, and I hate it.
Rasklin, that's your action. That's your bonus action. You're gonna move. You're holding your ground.
I'm holding my ground.
Bram, you're up on 12.
All right, Bram is a little unhappy being so close to the troll, but there's not much he can do at this point. So he's just going to, again, with his shepherd's crook, pull the moonbeam over onto the troll, shifting it in a way that it's not going to pass over Arnold. So
Like
the troll has to...
a knight's movement in chess. You
Yeah.
could, like,
Yeah,
go
yeah,
with
that nice,
the-
like, 2 down, 1
Yeah.
left.
L shape.
So the troll makes another save.
He's got a really good.
Well,
con.
He takes 8 radiant damage because that was 19 on my
You're
my
rolling
dice.
nice,
So,
Wow.
man. Yeah.
Woo.
Okay. Excellent.
so that's his action. With his bonus, Rastlin, you're still looking pretty rough even after the mass healing word, or how are you doing?
I'm at about half HP right now.
Okay. I think Bram, with the troll being up so close, seeing how bad it can be, he's just going to kind of glance over his shoulder to Rasklin and just with a single word, just shout, "Rasklin, heal!" And he is going to cast Healing Word.
Is that
On-
H-E-A-L or H-E-E-L for the Shepherd Druid?
So you heal up 7
Wow.
points of healing.
Seven.
rest of it.
Amazing.
Seven. Hello.
That's massive.
Yeah, it was max for me. And that's Bram's turn. I think he doesn't really want to move away and provoke an opportunity attack.
Nope.
So he's just going to chill.
Okay, got it. Bram, that was your action. Tala, you're up on 9.
Okay.
This one knoll in front of you, blood
Yeah.
like spewing from his mouth, teeth all over the friggin' roots in front of him. Like he's badly hurt.
Yeah, like he's looking rough.
Mm-hmm. Real rough.
Mm. Yeah, we're gonna do it anyway. Okay. Tala's going to tap into her key power, and she stretches her arms out wide, harnessing that power, and shoots it forward at the knoll, and the knoll has to make, oh my god, a strength save, for which it rolls a natural 20, which is very annoying because this has now failed like 4 times in a row that she has tried to do this. It's fine. He takes half damage.
So you like blast out this punch of air, and he like digs his feet into the ground, but you still like bowl him over. He ends up like cartwheeling through the air, and I think like Rasklin and Bram, you guys see this like knoll come crashing down into the roots next to you as it flies away from Tala, dead and destroyed, despite all these 20s on the saving throws. So that's your action, Tala. You have movement on your bonus action.
Yeah, so Tala is going to use her 40 feet of movement to get over to this knoll that keeps hiding behind a tree, like like a chump.
Yeah.
Like a coward.
He's the
Yeah.
worst.
And she's going to use key fueled attack to do a short sword attack at this knoll.
Nice.
Yeah.
On this terrible archer.
Yeah.
That's really bad, Archer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm glad this was worth it for 9 damage.
You
Very
come
worth
like
it.
racing up to the men here, darting around the rock, and just like stab the sword right into this guy's gut. You know, it like punches through the leather armor. He looks pretty badly hurt from that, though he is still up. Tala on the cleanup crew. That's your turn.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just, again, howling with rage.
Got it. This brings
Right.
us back to Troll. But
The acid-soaked troll, man. Remind
Troll he's melted. He does not heal this round because of the acid, so that was great. He's going to make a con save because he's standing in this horrible moonbeam, which
Beautiful
he hates.
moonbeam.
He hates Bram. He hates all tiny things. 22. 22.
So 9 down to 4 radiant damage.
Okay. It's looking pretty torn up at this point. Between the acid and the back of its head, the moonbeam is just like searing away at it. It's kind of in a bind. Gosh. Okay, I'm going to have the troll make an intelligence check here to determine what he wants to do going forward. I think that he's baited by Arnold, and he wheels around, ignoring the 2 tiny spellcasters who have been harrying him this whole time.
Yeah, who threw this acid at me?
Yeah, exactly.
It was me, you idiot. Turn around and face me. Face your destiny.
I
Go meet
hate
the rest
you.
of your family. The family reunion in hell.
I hate you and your mossy hair. And it just like unloads, makes all 3 attacks at you, Arnold.
Yes.
So a bite and a claw land. It misses 1 claw. You take 18 points of damage total, reduced to 9.
Cool.
That's the troll as it's like frantically, just like you guys hear metal rending as the troll is like chewing on Arnold, dragging its claws across him. Yeah, that's it. Arnold, you're up on 3.
Now with Rasklin, am I flanking this?
Yeah, you sure
this
are.
troll? All right, and so Arnold raging is
I'm so happy to see you. I'm so glad you turned around so you can look me in the eye while you die.
26.
man.
So that's 15 damage.
Uh-huh.
Wow, nice.
And then we do that again. That's 19 for 13 damage. So that's a good, healthy amount of damage right there.
It's like
28.
barely. Yeah, that's 28 points of damage in 2 shots. We see Arnold like cleave in. Oh, wait a minute. Arnold, you just did 15 and 13 points of damage, right?
That's
I
correct.
would like for you to roll 20-sided twice.
Oh,
Just
okay,
a plain
well.
20-sided, no modifiers.
Sure. Twice?
Yep.
Do that.
12.
A 13.
Okay. And a 13. On the...
Oh my
Stop
God.
laughing.
Yeah, the
Not good when Mitch laughs.
maniacal laugh.
Arnold, you swing, furious, crazed with troll anger. You got trolled. And the first sword swing cleaves the leg off the troll. And I think it tilts, crashing into the trunk of the tree, still like grabbing and flailing at you. And you're like, ha ha ha, and bring the sword back in the other direction. At which point you cut the second leg off the troll.
Oh my God.
Okay? You cut both legs off the troll. The troll's torso like crashes into the ground where it lays. But its legs are still like flailing around in front of you, very much alive, kicking at you. And it's just like, it's like trying to grab for one of its legs to like put them back. That was your turn as you've cut both legs off the troll.
That is wild.
Yep. Yep.
It's going to try and grab its legs
Yeah.
and put its legs back on.
Yeah, it looks like it's like grabbing at one of the legs. It's holding one of the legs in its hand. Like it does look like it's trying to like plug it back into the wound, the stump at the bottom of its head.
Okay, I have so many questions about that, but we can save that for later.
Yeah, we'll have to. This gnoll, meanwhile, drops its bow and it just leaps at you, Tala, and tries to bite you. 12 is a miss, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She laughs at me. Rasklin, you're up on 13.
Okay. At this point, I think because I am flanking with Arnold, as Arnold is flanking with
Also,
me,
the
we're gonna.
troll is prone because it has no legs. So, yeah, you got advantage for days.
Currently down 2 legs.
Great. Let's. We're gonna pull the rapier back out and swipe at it.
Just by the scratch, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, not that one. Ignore what's about to happen. That's the wrong thing. Good. Much better. Wow.
Those are double 20s.
Which 20 would you
Double
like?
20s.
Yeah, would you like to
27 would you like?
two critical 20s for each leg.
Let's apply both those 20s. Rasklin, go ahead and roll damage.
You got it.
Rasklin, you step in as the troll is like flailing around. It grabs one of its legs. It's like looking up into the light of the moonbeam, like Arnold screaming in its head. And you just step in and drive Fenric Faradine's Featherblade, this enchanted rapier recovered from the north in the mountains. You plunge it straight into the side of the troll's head. The acid's still kind of like bubbling away. And the troll's like kind of like slumps into the tree. The leg like falls out of its hand. The legs are still very much alive, but the body of the troll seems to have been incapacitated with that stab. Rasklin, that was your action. You have movement and a bonus action.
I mean, do I provoke an opportunity attack if I move at
From
this
the
point?
legs.
No, because the legs are up near Arnold's. They're on the far side of the space, so you're good.
I have so many questions.
No problem.
Okay, that's useful information to have. However, I think Tala's got that knoll up there, hiding behind the rock. And I'm gonna stay here with Bram and Arnold's. I feel pretty confident. Ridiculous Rasklin. He feels pretty confident at this point. He's healed up fairly well. He's doing some damage. He feels pretty good.
I was going to say, if he moves, he won't get the chance to defeat the troll, the kraken, and the ogre, right? Like, that's the trifecta.
Yeah.
The Holy Trinity.
I think at this point, the big three.
The wizard, the
what they
android,
call
and the alien.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
it.
right.
The big
Yeah.
three. So with that, Bram, you're up.
All right. From what Bram can see, these legs are still like absolutely alive and are
Yeah.
like trying to like claw with their little toe claws
Yeah.
at Arnold.
Yeah, one
Yes,
of them
great.
is
Yeah.
on the ground, like kicking at him, right? Like inching its way over to him, like just kicking and flailing. And the other one is like it dropped out of the dead troll's hand and is definitely like just wildly kind of like spinning, trying to get a piece of Arnold.
It's a great episode in terms of like finding out just how alive certain things are.
Mm.
A robot growing
Yeah.
moth, legs with minds of their own.
Yep.
Yeah, Bram watching the feet attacking Arnold wonders if maybe Ashton should be here, but instead takes one of his magic stones and is going to huck the magic stone at one of these little writhing legs and
Okay,
see if
go
it
for
does
it.
anything.
Go for it.
I'm going to use Rasklin's inspiration.
Okay.
That's better. That makes it a 13.
13 hits.
It's just a leg. Hit or hit.
For a whopping 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, it is not dead, but that leg like takes the hit.
Of course
It's still
not.
like flailing as the stone kicks off of it. That's your action. Bonus action?
Bonus action. I think he's just going to like look at Rasklin with confusion on his face, and is going to then move, taking his movement up to rush up towards Bailey, sort of centered in the middle here.
Yep.
So that he can kind of be between Tala and what's happening with the feet.
Got it.
The moonbeam's still in play, of course, as well.
Of course, got it. Tala, you're up on 9.
Okay, yeah. Tala's gonna attack this knoll again with her sword. 14.
Hits.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, he does not have a shield out or anything. For 6 points of damage, okay.
Yeah. And then she's gonna kind of let out a kick and try to like kick him in the knee or the shin, whichever one is more powerful.
It's definitely going to be the shin.
We're
That's the
figuring that
most
out down here
vulnerable
by
part
the
of body.
troll.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's a hard shin.
That's
a
rough.
natural one.
Yep, I think he kicks back and manages to get you in your shin as a matter of point. And he's like growling and howling and stuff. Tala, that was your action. That was your bonus action. That brings us to troll legs. Bram, roll your moonbeam damages.
That is 15 radiant damage.
Okay.
Uh,
Both
Wow.
legs burn up underneath the moonbeam as the radiant damage they seem to like slow and like drop and are laying there kind of like smoking in the light, which will bring us to Arnold.
All right, and are these troll legs destroyed?
No, you get the feeling that if you don't burn them with fire or acid, they will come back to life. But the fact that they're sitting in the moonbeam, like eating damage, has like jammed them up right now.
Great. I think Arnold just being like, legs alive, dead. He's just freaking out. Like he does not want these legs to be the death of him. He's going to snatch victory from the jaws of the feet.
That was good. That was good.
I shall recklessly attack leg 1 for 22.
Oh yeah, that hits. Yeah.
For 12 points.
Got it. You like sever it in half and at the knee. Now there's 2 pieces of leg. It's burning under the light. Second attack.
All right, we're gonna do that again, recklessly. For 12.
That's a miss. Amazingly, you're so mad, Arnold. You just start like smashing the sword. Into
Why
the
are
ground.
legs still fighting?
That's your action. You have movement and a bonus action.
We'll chill. Yeah.
Okay, which brings us back to the knoll, this one last knoll that's here with Tala. It looks like it wants to run, but it just can't, and so it's gonna yank the spear out from around its back. 20!
Wow.
I had to just go in hard at the end here. Tala, it drives the spear like down into your knee. Like you want to kick for the knees. Ouch. Here you go. You take 9 points of piercing damage as it drives the spear tip into your thigh, like just above the knee, right? You feel this like lancing pain. Rasklin, you're up.
Yeah, let's stab at the remaining leg.
Yeah, go for it.
Are they both still there?
Yep. The one seems to have been like cut in half pretty good. The other one is not moving, but like you just watched Arnold smash the hell out of it, so I don't know what you want to do.
I'll go for the one that Arnold missed. Okay. I guess.
Go for it.
Rasklin's not really sure how much more stabbing needs to occur here.
That hits. You have advantage because it is prone.
Yeah.
It's a prone leg. Being not attached to a body, I think it must be prone. Roll damage.
And Arnold's there.
Oh, yeah.
We got advantage one way or another.
Yeah.
Got it. You like drive the like rapier down in. It's a real juxtaposition as Arnold's like chopping away with this massive sword that's taller than Rasklin, and Rasklin just steps in with this like precision stab into the leg, and it kind of like winces, shuddering once. That's your action, Rasklin. You have movement and a bonus action.
I think I'll stay where I am or where I was because I mysteriously moved. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
I'm good.
I did that. Because like technically the leg is up in the space in front of Arnold. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see. So I'm here, but I'm like here.
Yep. So with that,
gotcha.
Bram, you're up. 12.
Wow, that went quickly. So the legs are they still moving, or are they?
No, they're inert.
Okay,
and they seem. Yep.
Okay. I think Bram at this point is going to be focused on the standing knoll that is currently harrying his friend Tala. And he's going to take the last of his 3 magic stones that he imbued and is going to load it into his sling and call it, Tala, duck! And he's going to throw the stone past her because they kind of at that angle to try to hit the knoll.
Do it.
That's only a 10 to hit.
That misses. That's your action, movement, bonus action.
I think with his movement, he's going to. Let's see if we can get there. I think he can just run up and actually flank behind the knoll for Tala. As he sees the stone kind of skitter off the rock, just missing Tala, he sort of mutters under his breath and goes into the like quick little run. As he sort of scampers down over the roots and sort of rushes around, trying to like shout at the knoll to distract it, and give Tala advantage.
Tala, as like this pain lances through your leg, you hear Bram like shout, and then he comes like running up, darting around next to you, like scrambling over these tree roots, totally distracting the knoll. And it is your turn.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna strike out again at this knoll. So it's kind of lashed at her leg and caused damage, and so she's kind of mustering what she can and is going to stab forward at it with her short sword. And that's with advantage, right? Yeah. Excellent.
Mega
For
crit.
14 damage.
Yeah, with that, you just like drive the sword right into it, and it's like the spear falls. It lets out like this one last gasp as it drops dead to the ground.
Great, yeah. So the knoll has dropped to the ground, and kind of across from it, she sees her shifter buddy, Bram, and kind of lets out a big smile. And she's just going to say, "Let's go burn a troll," and then move back towards the troll.
Bram and Tala, as you two have this moment, the knoll drops, falling to the side. You're standing at the edge of this circle. Arnold and Rasklin back by the moonbeam near the tree trunk in the center of the stone circle. But you two on the outside of this massive stone that you're kind of standing next to, you see what it was that was on the ground, that this troll and these gnolls were like eating, presumably. And
if I recall, no, go ahead.
Oh no, what were you going to say? You sure?
It looks like it was white furred and bloodied. Bram is going to rush over to whatever it is and have a closer look. As this Tala kind of turns, says, "Let's go burn a troll," he sort of looks over and is like, "I'm going to take a look at what's happening here first," and he's going to scamper over.
So you dart over and you look down, and it's a big form. It's much bigger than you, comparable, like bigger than Arnold even. It's this like massive white horse. But I think as you like step in around the side of it, you realize like, oh no, this is not a horse at all. As you see this long, like singular spiraled horn kind of protruding from the thing's head. And you realize that these gnolls and this troll have killed a unicorn.
Rich, you killed a unicorn and didn't even let us have a chance to save it?
I didn't kill the unicorn. These gnolls and this troll did. And I think that in this moment you
so
have
dark.
Yeah, I'm very dark. So I think at this moment, Bram, you have this realization as you like look back and you realize like Lagos, the guardian of the last circle, and like there is no guardian here. Like there should be a guardian here, you know, protecting this place. The guardian forces of the crossroads are like very important, and like
almost forgot about them.
Oh no. And
I wonder why.
Bram sort of looked over, and
here at this junction,
and this unicorn is like not just like wounded, it's gone. It's like torn.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like eaten. It's partially eaten, yeah.
He said so casually about a dead unicorn.
Bram is in this space where he is both like, you know, he grew up as a shepherd. Like he's seen like, you know, foxes getting into, you know, the sheep herd, and like so he's seen, you know, this kind of thing before, but seeing it on such a unusual creature, a creature he's never seen before that he didn't even necessarily believe was real. He just kind of slumps down beside it, sort of kneeling beside its head, and just kind of gently sort of like runs his hand over like the sort of the cheek of the unicorn, as if trying to like sort of like brush the blood out of the fur. It's just going to sort of quietly sit there.
I think
whatever else happens.
Yeah, so I think clearly Tala was caught up in fighting this gnoll and forgot about the unicorn, so she's going to go and sit kind of across from Bram at the other side of the head and kind of bow her head for a moment.
Yeah, I think like in the midst of the chaos and the fighting, it all happened so quickly. You guys like stumbled out of this portal and everything was right there, and Arnold is yelling and violence and chaos, and so like it's only just now that you're realizing what this thing is, right? Meanwhile, Arnold and Rasklin, the troll legs are like burning away under the moonbeam. I think we see the moonbeam fade. Right, and kind of like vanish as you like look over and you see Tala and Bram like lingering on the far side of the clearing.
Yeah, I think Arnold is going to kneel down beside the severed burning legs and the burning troll torso, and he is just going to put his hands on it and just like fire.
Mm-hmm.
It's just gonna burn the rest of it.
As you like cast a produce flame, I think the legs especially, they catch like dried kindling, you know? They just like and are like burning in a way that like they shouldn't, right? It's almost like this cut wood. And then yeah, the body itself, the torso catches and the whole thing is kind of roaring in this like little conflagration here in the center of this circle.
And then Arnold's going to stand up and kind of like grunt at the troll and then look at Rasklin and then nod at the troll and just say, Arnold hate troll.
I believe I hate trolls as well. Upon first impression.
Yeah. And then I think probably at that point, just like sort of wander towards friends.
Okay, and so I think as the two of you come up, you see Tala and Bram like sitting opposite this, what looks like at first like, oh, this horse. That's so sad. But I think as you kind of close in, you all see this horn on it. I don't know what that means to Arnold, if anything at all. But yeah, Rasklin, you're like, oh.
It's very sad.
Well, I guess I will. Should I roll a nature check to see if like I know what this thing even is?
Yeah.
Critical 20. Natural 20.
Boy.
I think Arnold rounds the corner and looks down at the unicorn and like drops to his knees next to the unicorn and makes a noise that sounds like a huge ship like moaning in the ocean at Bram. And he'll be like, a unicorn.
Bram looks to Arnold and with the sound of water sort of slipping off like over rocks sort of slowly, and disappointingly he sort of looks back and says, I wish we could have gotten here sooner.
Yeah.
Maybe we could have stopped it.
Arnold's very upset. He like he has no words left other than just like he's very sad at the moment.
You guys, as you're sitting here kind of like overwhelmed by this emotion, you hear a howl in the distance. Mournful, like low.
Bram looks to Tala. Do we recognize the howl seems mournful, not necessarily dangerous?
No, yeah, it's definitely not like predatory or aggressive. I think that you're able to easily like recognize that between the two of you. Why don't you and Tala make perception checks?
Ooh, dirty 20.
Oh.
19.
19. Yeah, the pair of you like recognize like pretty much immediately that it's a wolf. It's a mundane wolf, and that yeah, it's like crying out in like mourning, you know, legit.
I think Tala will let out a similar kind of echo that mournful call and let out a howl of her own.
Does Bram join in?
He does.
And so as Bram and Tal like begin to howl, Arnold, Rasklin, you're kind of standing here. You feel the shifting movement on your mossy head, Arnold, underneath your hat of one old chickadee. And yeah, I think as you guys are sitting here, I think you hear another howl. It's much closer this time, and it's like clearly the same animal, kind of like returning the call back to you. So do you guys like call it again?
I think Bram, noticing it, turns, and with his speech of the woods, animals can understand his speech fully, and he can then interpret their movements and sounds. And he looks over and says, "Do you know what happened here? What happened to the unicorn?"
And I think you hear like that the howl calls back one more time, like evil, right? Oh, evil. And I think that like it's like a little bit louder, and as you guys are kind of turning, you see stepping out of like the trees, a wolf, and it's big, not the size of a horse or anything, but it's tall. It stands a solid 4 feet at the shoulders, well over 100 pounds, and perched on its back is this figure that looks very childlike with these long pointed elven ears and this kind of cascade of hair dropping down around it. It's hard to say if like doesn't look particularly male or female one way or another, but Arnold and Bram, you definitely met this person on the night of the work around the portal. And so this little child, seemingly, this elfish child almost, carrying this kind of wooden staff crooked over one shoulder, wearing a breastplate with all of this ornate kind of vines etched into it. And the wolf is like clearly howling. And I think you see like tears like streaming down this small person's face, you know, as they come riding up like, I came too late. I could not help her.
We did too.
Well, you ended them. That is enough. I chased down the others. These must have
There were
circled
more.
back.
More troll.
Yes, there are many these days. Not enough of us to keep safe these woods as we would have in years past. I think that the little figure like turns looking like, thank you for responding to my invitation, Rasklin Care. I'm sorry this is what I called you to.
It is my honor to do great things like slaying a troll if it will protect creatures of this wood.
We couldn't protect this one though, could we?
No, it would seem not.
We should take her home. I had hoped to spend a night in celebration with you all, to speak to you of the ways of our circles, to speak with you of the roads you have traveled, Bram Brambleheel, and the things you remember, Arnold, and the questions you might have. This was not what I had hoped. I'm sorry to have called you for this.
Well, don't be sorry, Nim. You know, like Rasklin said, we're here to help, and it's a good thing that we were. You know, we just stopped the troll and these gnolls, and you know, hopefully there's still things to learn.
This was a
So that
great...
next time we can stop it before it happens.
I think that they say, like, this was a valuable ally to us and a great guardian of this place. The crossroads are, well, they have potential to be turned for great evil should the wrong people use them. We have all lost a great deal. To find a replacement noble enough will not be easily done. Must have a heart dedicated to the well-being of this place to fulfill this role. It's quite a sacrifice to pay. Unfortunately, I'm too small to bring her with me. Will you help me?
Arnold stands up and says,
Arnold help you.
Thank you. And so I think that with that, she like steps into the circle and gestures for you all to come. This like she-wolf, this small kind of child perched on its back. And I think we see this little elvish figure kind of like roll her leg over the side of the wolf and drop down to the ground. And she walks to the tree and like they put their hand up against it. And you see like this kind of glow appear around the silhouette of their fingers, and the glow kind of spreads out around the tree, and this kind of blue light begins to wash over you. And they just say again like, I had hoped to bring you to this place in better circumstances, but I am grateful I do not have to go alone today. Come, join me. And I think they just like step right into like the glowing trunk of the tree, and the wolf like turns looking back at you, kind of patiently waiting to see if you will follow.
yeah, I think without hesitation, for Arnold anyway. I think he trusts these people immediately.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Tala's been pretty transfixed on the wolf since the moment it appeared, and she kind of reaches out and offers it an ear scritch before heading into the tree.
I think it like receives scritching quite unpleasantly. Turning its head, right? It does that, like it pushes back up against your kind of hand, and so you all step into the tree, and you come kind of like stumbling out, and the world around you is just like wildly different. As you look around, it's night where it was day, and the leaves of the trees above you glow with this like iridescent, phosphorescent blue light that's cascading kind of through this forest spread all around you. Every direction that you look, there are these tiny kind of motes of sparkling light. The bushes and the undergrowth all around you is these like audacious colors of pink and purple, and you're just kind of like awash in the phosphorescent kind of glow of all of this place. And I think Nim says just very quietly, like, these are the realms of my people, my home. Some call it the Feywild, but it was always the Arcadian kingdom to us.
Wow.
And as you kind of are like looking around, I think that they are just like, I must seek those who will help me put to rest this noble guardian. Just down this trail, you will find the camp where we will gather tonight to celebrate. She like sighs a little bit.
Do you need any help with the Guardian?
I think you may leave her here. I will go and find my friends.
Okay.
Friends.
I think that they say, I will leave with you, my brave friend. And they hop off the wolf, right? And the wolf kind of like is sitting next to Tala, and Bram just kind of like watching you. And they're like, I will not be long. Thank you for bringing her here. And like they fade away kind of in these sparkling like motes of like green light. And so the four of you are standing here kind of with this wolf, like Arnold still like carrying the form of this unicorn, and the wolf like kind of like begins trotting down the path like presuming they think that you all will follow.
I think we do, and as we go, Bram gives like a very like focused look to Tala in particular, as they are sort of falling in step behind this wolf in the Feywild somewhere that again he thought maybe was more legend than actual fact, and yet here he is. And the phosphorescent colors of everything, I think, as well, are reminding him of his first encounter with the old magics that now run through his blood, when he encountered a glowing dog in the forest that saved him from almost certain death.
And I think there's something to it, Bram, as you're like looking around, the glow, the tones, the hues of color around you. It's like almost like liquid and like palpable, right? And it's very evocative to you of the Brighthound in many ways. And so I think as this wolf is leading you down the path, you hear the water, and you see this little like waterfall. A stream kind of passing across the trail, a waterfall cascading down off these kind of cliffs over to your right, these glimmering like green and blue lights kind of dancing almost like fireflies through the sky. And the wolf like stops at the stream for a moment and like leans down, like lapping some water up. And I think at this point, you hear like, why don't I have all you guys make perception checks?
Oh my god.
Who's the worst?
No.
Who's the worst? Who's the worst?
No.
19.
How do I even click things anymore?
22.
Oh my god.
22, 19. What'd you say, Austin?
19
Okay.
for me as well.
Thought so.
Oh,
Raskin is just like starstruck.
5. Yeah, he's never been anywhere like this before. He does not have the druid sense that some people here might have. He can't talk to the wolf. It's too big. So he is just here.
I think that you hear this like, and Arnold, you look like down the path, and you see this like figure materializing. It is bipedal. It walks upright on 2 feet, and as it kind of like steps out from like amidst these glowing bushes, you see that it's like a wolf person. A standing like wolf person, and meanwhile, Bram, you hear behind you, and your head cocks like wheeling over your shoulder, and yeah, you see the same, this like bipedal wolf person striding down the trail towards you, and I think that the one from behind, like as Bram's hands like start going up, the one from behind growls like, "That's right. Give it to us."
Give what?
The one at the front of the trail then like barks out like, "What do you think? Give us the flesh, and we will leave you here alive. Interlopers."
Did you see our
I
friend
don't
by
think-
any chance? Like, we're cool to be here. Like, I'm pretty sure it's okay if we're here.
Your friend is a fool. Did you just telepathically say that?
I was going to
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I think the thing's like, your friend is a fool. If they come back, we will kill them.
And I think Arnold at that point is like, oh god, guys, I think we gotta try and kill these things. I think it's time. He's telepathically speaking. But hey, guys, it's me. It's Arnold. Oh gosh. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we gotta kill him, right? I think we probably gotta fight him. Probably gotta kill him. These things are gonna try and kill our friend. They want the flesh of the unicorn. We're not gonna give them the flesh of the unicorn. That's a unicorn.
So this telepathic speech from Arnold is brand new to Tella,
Mhm.
who has been on many adventures with Arnold. So I think she's pretty taken aback, but she's kind of also very quickly reaching
I think
for
Arnold,
her
like,
crossbow.
noticing Tala being taken aback, is out loud just gonna be like, good morning, affirmative. Like, yeah, it's me. He's like kind of like gesturing at himself
Good
and then
morning,
looking
good
at
morning.
everybody else like, get over it, guys. Yes, I'm telepathic. We probably got to fight these wolf people now. Ugh.
They're just like
Bram
standing
is-
there, and I think, oh, go for it, Bram.
No, Bram is sort of carefully retaking his shepherd's crook off his back and is just kind of holding it nervously as he's kind of backing up kind of close to Tala as he's trying to gauge exactly what we're doing here, because it certainly sounds like this is not so good.
And I think that the one in the wolf that was like left with you, the actual wolf, is like now down low at the stream in front of you, like growling, you know. And this figure in the path in front of you is like, we did not come here for your blood. We came for this. Give it to us.
I think Arnold is going to step in front of the one that's like closest to him and be like, telepathically, like, listen, it's been a day. I'm itching for the first time. This hasn't happened before. I'm uncomfortable.
Really, the itchiness that is the newest thing for Arnold.
It is
I mean-
terrible.
We fought some gnolls. We killed a troll. We killed a troll's legs. We would love to not kill you, but I'll do it. And so probably leave. Could you leave? Would you leave, please? I think that this is something to the effect of maybe an intimidation.
Yeah, go for it. Make an
roll.
intimidation roll.
Let's see if that's working at all. I'm a giant robot who's
Yep.
telepathically speaking.
That's a critical one.
He's so tired. It's just not taking at all.
I think that the wolf laughs like, do you think because you're made of wood and metal, we can't rip you to pieces?
Okay, I've heard enough.
Yeah, I
Bram
think
is just
Arnold.
going to slam
Yeah.
on the ground. Sorry, and the phosphorescent light of the leaves above the wolf that's coming closer to him like coalesces and once again shoots down a moonbeam right on top of the wolf.
Yeah.
And I guess we're into it.
I think like simultaneously, yeah, my eyes go white for the rage. It's
Okay,
like,
everybody roll initiative. Bram, I'm
good
going to
at
give you the moonbeam real quick first.
All right,
Yay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you drop the moonbeam on top of this thing, and it's too dramatic to not. And it's just like growling. Con save, we said, right?
Yeah, Constitution save.
Also, other problems with
Ooh.
moonbeam. Yeah, that's a big critical one. There go all those 20s on the saving throws.
So that's 9 radiant damage.
Okay, and what's like very relevant here is the other parts of the moonbeam, as it were. So it takes 9 points of radiant damage as this silvery column of light drops over it, and it's engulfed in these ghostly flames. You hear it howling, and it is changed as the moonlight washes over it. This wolf person standing on the road in front of you is suddenly like their flesh starts like twisting and shifting, and what you see standing there instead is in fact a person. They look like a half elf actually, as their form like shifts and is driven back out of whatever state it was in by the magic of this moonbeam. Okay, I'm sorry, 1 second initiative. What did you guys get? What'd you get, Bram?
I got a 9 for initiative as well.
10 for
Raskin?
Tala.
10 for Tala.
11 for Rasklin.
Okay. 11, 10. Yeah, you see this figure in front of you just like driven, like their form is like shifting. The fur is like receding and pulling away. You hear like bones snapping. They're like groaning in kind of like pain, like "Arrgh!" as they're like driven out of this wolf form back into like this half-elven shape. And with that, boom, Arnold, you're up on 18.
Okay, so I'm raging,
Mhm.
and I believe that is my last rage that I have at the moment.
Mhm.
I've got my great sword out. I'm going to step up in front of this thing that just shifted. I'm going to non-lethally attack with like the flat of my sword.
Okay, non-lethal
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, I'm tired, but I don't like. I'd like to know why. Like why?
Yeah,
Why?
I get it.
Why?
I
Why?
get it.
Why?
Why?
You know,
I
are
get it.
effectively the questions that are being asked in this moment as I recklessly swing my great sword for 19, which hits for 8 points of damage.
Got it. 8 points of bludgeoning
Non-lethal
damage.
as
Non-lethal. Yep.
as I do this again recklessly. So that's good. I did. It's a 20 for 17 points of non-lethal damage.
You like smack the thing twice with the sword, and I think it's like yelling like no. Arnold, that's your action. That's your bonus action. You're holding your ground, right?
I'm holding my ground.
Okay, I think that this like figure here, like looking at you, is like completely terrified. With disadvantage. Yeah.
It's a 13.
I think you hear the one in the back like, get him! Don't run! And the one in the back comes charging up to you, Bram, as you are
Sure.
standing in the back. And it proceeds to like lunge out towards you. I'm going to circle back to the other one in a second. So yeah, you see this like hulking like person come like charging down the path. They're kind of like kicking up dirt. As the dirt like kicks up out of the road, you can see the ground underneath it is kind of glowing, and then it is going to swing a claw at you
Sure.
and try critical one. And I think it stumbles
Both
and is falling to the ground, but it tries to bite you as it goes. 21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
It's funny to imagine the mechanics of that. So this thing is like falling down. It's like, oh god, and it's like also just like taking like a tiny little nibble on its way.
Yeah, as it's like
I like to
lunging,
imagine like the
it's
teeth are just like sort of like grazing
Yeah.
your shin. Yeah.
It like realized like, oh, my mouth's gonna fall right past this little halfling guy, and so like it just tried to get it.
I just need a nosh, just a nosh.
Exactly. It goes down like sprawling out, prone on the ground. You take 7 points
Sprawling
of piercing
out.
damage.
Mhm.
Though I'm gonna say you don't have to
Yeah.
make a con save. The other one, however.
But
Mhm.
my moonbeam does drop.
Oh, failed your concentration.
Yeah.
So the other one now, as the moonbeam vanishes, it like looks up like, and it's at this point, Arnold, that you see it shifting back into a werewolf, because that is what it is. It is a werewolf, and it's very angry, and it tries to attack the heck out of you, Arnold.
Give it a shot. See what happens. That's a
Bite,
very cute
claw,
attempt.
7.
That means there's the claw hit. The claw hit.
You take 13 points of damage as it like
Do I, though?
lashes out. I think so. You don't. You only take 6. You only take 6. It's so sad. I forget
But
every
do I?
time.
Do I?
I forget every time. I get so excited with those big damage rolls. And Josh is
know.
like, how about no? How
Yeah.
about just no?
Have I?
Do I?
No.
Yeah, I like half that number better.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm gonna just change this guy over here back. Rasklin, you're up.
Okay. Oh, I see. I was going to ask about the one that you're moving right now. And
Yes.
it is clear I understand what's happening.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Oh boy, I've used so many spells already.
I know. Who set you up for that? That's terrible.
Who is that
So
person?
mean.
Some jerk. Some jerk did
Where's
that.
it gone?
Okay. Well, in that case, sure. Rasklin's he makes dumb choices. He's gonna. Oh, I can't select my token, Rich.
Ay. Why do I keep messing it up? Okay, no problem. I'll fix you. You're fixed any second. And
I wanna. He can
got
go
it.
strolling up to this guy right here.
just a casual stroll.
Yeah, just a casual stroll up to a werewolf, I guess. And he's gonna cast Thunder Wave, his favorite.
Oh, that's your
spell.
friend Wolf. You have to go up a little.
Oh, that's
further
my
to
friend Wolf.
Josh.
I got
Yep.
confused.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, I see.
So Raskin comes like darting forward and kind of like leaps
yeah.
past like the wolf that's with you that's about to like lunge
Sure, I
into
can make
action.
it there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, perfect. Is that flanking there, or no?
Yeah.
I can't make it to flanking.
No, I don't.
Well, in that case, let me go to this guy. Yeah, from where I was.
Oh yeah, perfect. You come
I misunderstood
darting
the
back.
situation.
No,
yeah,
no problem.
I'll come over
you go
here.
like darting
Come over
back to
here.
Bram. This one's laying on the ground. Bram kind of like looming over it, ironically. And yeah, you come like darting around to the other side, so the pair of you are on the other side of it.
Mm-hmm. That's in case it stays there.
Mhm.
But hopefully, this thunder wave means it will not. God of Thunder is preparing
Mm-hmm.
to cast Thunder Wave.
So yeah, you'd have to hit him with the thunder wave like as you come up next to Bram, right? Because otherwise you would hit Bram, I think is the deal.
Sure,
Right.
gotcha.
So like as you shoulder to shoulder with Bram, you rock the thunder wave out. Boom! For the second time, this peeling explosion. But it's the strangest thing because like in this place, it just keeps echoing and echoing and echoing and echoing and echoing. DC 14, right?
Mm-hmm.
It makes a Constitution saving throw, and it rolls a 11. It fails.
Yeah.
Boom! Taking 9 points of thunder damage, and it's knocked back 10 feet. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So the problem is, like, you would have done that while you were in front of it. He gets knocked back 5-10 feet, and then you're now shoulder to shoulder with Bram. You wanna
Great.
keep moving, or you're hanging out there?
Great question. I think I will stay where I am for now.
Okay, you got it. With that, a bonus action, Rasklin?
Not at this time.
Okay, with that, Tala, you're up on 10.
Okay. Tala is going to rush past her smaller friends
Yes.
up to this werewolf.
Yes.
Making sure that she is between them and him. And I think probably slightly more for flavor than anything else, she is going to shift first.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
so her teeth are growing longer, her eyes flash yellow, fur starts spouting from everywhere. She's shifting into her werewolf form-ish. And she's going to bellow at him like, "You are not the only beast here." And she's real mad, and she's gonna now slash out with her short sword. It's probably gonna miss.
10 misses. I think his
Yeah.
hand just like whoo, slaps down and knocks the blade out of the way, and he's like, "Look at you little pretenders. You are fools. You could have given us what we wanted and fled alive." Tala, that was your action. That was your bonus action. That it?
Yep, that's everything.
Bram, you're up on 9. Werewolves.
Bram. Yeah. Werewolves. Bram, that's being sort of scratched by the teeth as they rake down his body, his concentration shaken as the moonbeam evaporates. He watches Tala transform, rushing between him and Rasklin, and you see this small halfling fella with farmer tanned skin and sort of ruddy reddish hair. You all of a sudden see fur start to grow in at the jawline of his otherwise clean-shaven, boyish face. His eyes sort of expand, the pupils and the iris sort of expanding to fill the entirety of his face. He grows a powerful 1 inch taller as fur begins to grow down the length of his arms and on the back of his hands, and he also shifts into his wild hunt form. He gives a growling snap, and that was his bonus action, which gives him some temporary hit points, which is good. And he is going to then take his staff, his shepherd's crook, and kind of reach up into the tree above him and try to like hook onto one of the branches and like pull it down to shake free some of the phosphorescent leaves that gather and then rush over, and he's going to cast fairy fire on the werewolf that that Tala is currently harrying.
Nice.
So that is a dexterity save.
We see the leaves like shaking loose from the branch as the powerful Bram begins to like rattle it with his little shepherd's crook and comes darting up, and as they fall and like cascade over this werewolf that's trying to like pull itself back to its feet, it fails its saving throw, and it is wreathed in the like bluish green light filling everything else. It becomes that much easier for you to focus on and aim.
Wonderful.
Okay, that was Bram's bonus action.
Yeah, and then he's just going to stay standing right next to Rasklin right there, kind of giving Rasklin a little bit of a thumbs up. In this sort of like wolf, sort of like strange dog halfling type appearance. It's very strange.
Poor Rasklin's ego can't take this. He's like, my friends are turning into like cool monsters, and I'm just hanging out.
Well, I mean,
It's still me.
There's a path to find them. I think at this point, the wolf by the river, Nim's wolf, leaps over the little stream and comes like barreling up next to Arnold, and you just see it like launch itself up into the air at this other werewolf. Pack Tactics got advantage. It jumps up, trying to like bite this wolf and bear it down, and misses. The werewolf like cracks the actual real wolf in the face, and you hear it like whimper and whine as it like crashes back down to the ground, pulling itself up to his feet. Arnold, you're up on 18.
Arnold is going to continue recklessly bashing with the flat of his greatsword at this thing in front of him. He's like, I want you alive. I have so many questions.
Boom! 17 hits.
That is going to be for 14
points of damage. Yeah, you crack him right in the side of the head with the flat of the sword, right? Like, crack. Yep.
Okay,
Second attack.
we're just doing that all over again.
Got it.
So it's reckless. That's 22. That's going to be 11 points of damage.
Okay.
Non-lethal.
It's like battered and bruised and like looking like rattled and unsure, but it's still hanging tough. Arnold, those are your actions. Bonus action, movement, anything else?
I will just like with my telepathy be like, why? But actually, why? Look at how beautiful this place is, and you're trying to fight me in the phosphorescent, beautiful lake town? What are you doing?
Make a persuasion check.
Just why? and for what? For a dead unicorn? What is your problem? It was a 19.
I think that you just like you hear this voice back like inside, like, I'm trapped in here. Help. Yeah, I think it's just.
And
like,
I think Arnold is like taken aback by that. Like,
it's not
help.
me. I can't.
Help.
I can't act anymore. Meanwhile,
Help.
The
I think Arnold then calls out, help.
Meanwhile, the wolf attacks you, Arnold, because it like is driven by this insane bloody fury.
All right, and it's got advantage.
It sure does. So 23 and 19 both hit. You take 12 points of damage, reduced to 6.
Yeah.
Nope. You do not need to make a saving throw. With that, the other werewolf on top of you, Tala, is like pulls itself back to its feet, burning half its movement, and it attacks, bite, claw. Yup. Oops, that's an extra one. 21 though did hit, right?
Yeah, they both hit.
So you take 13 points of damage. You also don't need to make a saving throw.
Okay.
Rasklin, you're up. Werewolves are trying to kill your friends. What would you like to do? But your friends are also werewolves.
Ah!
It's very confusing.
Yeah. Rasklin is just like totally astounded by everything that has happened in the last couple of minutes. He's like been transported somewhere he's never been before or imagined in any way, shape, or form, which was like exciting and cool because he loves exploring and getting to, see new parts of the world. But then, things got so bad so fast, and now everyone is a wolf but him and Arnold. Yeah, okay. So he's going to cast Dissonant Whispers at the wolf over by Tala.
Okay.
Because all he's got at this point is like crazy thoughts in his brain.
It's crazy thoughts.
Where is it? Here we go. It's a wisdom save. Yeah, DC 14, sorry.
Oh, I don't know what happened. I lost you guys again. 14 wisdom save. Okay, rolling.
It's a very wise werewolf.
I know. 18. He makes his wisdom saving throw. Is able to keep it together. It is not going to run, but it does take half damage, right? That's 6.
Correct. Yeah. So I think we hear, or the wolf hears, because it's whispers. Here's Rasklin say, "You great beast, I can tell you apart from my friends. They are majestic and you are terrible."
Oh, rough.
It's Dissonant Whispers.
Yeah, they're very dissonant. I think that it's like looking past Tala at you, kind of fear in its eyes, but still it holds its ground. Rascal, that was your action, bonus action. Anything else?
Tala, how you doing?
Tala, how you doing?
Could be better.
Not great.
Not great.
Better,
Not great, bub.
She's being humble.
Okay, well, in that case, then I'm going to move up next to Tala, so that this wolf has someone else to fight, and/or I can cast Cure Wounds on Tala next turn. So I'm going to go right there. But that is it for my turn.
Okay, Rascal, and that was your turn. Tala, you're up on 10.
Okay. Yeah. Tala is once again gonna slash out at this werewolf for 14.
That hits. That hits.
Oh, because he's very fired.
Hey!
He's very fired,
He
right?
is very
So
fired.
24?
It's actually 24, yeah.
Okay. Never mind. For 6 damage.
Is it though? You slash into it with your short sword, Tala, and you see the wound like slice open, and like it like starts to close almost as soon as the blade leaves it, and you're like,
Damn it.
revelation. Tala, that was your action. You have your bonus action.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Okay, this changes everything. And yet nothing, because there's nothing else to... So she's just gonna punch this werewolf in the face, because that's...
Yep.
Yeah, those are the things she knows how to do,
Yeah.
is punch
Punch and stab. Yep.
Yeah, punch and stab.
23
Can
totally hits.
relate. Can relate.
Yeah, for 8 more bludgeoning damage.
Bam! Your fist like connects with this thing's mouth. 8 reduced to 4, as like you feel it like recoil with the blow, but it turns looking back at you. These yellow wolf's eyes glimmering back, but they're evil. This is like, wolves aren't evil. This thing is evil, and it's almost looking back at you with this glee, like, we fight then. Tala, that was your action. That was your bonus action. That's it.
She's going to use her movement. You can't really do double. Anyway, she'll do it anyway. She's going to use her movement to move to the other side of this wolf, so that if the fairy fire goes away, we've still got the advantage from the flanking.
I came to stand next to you so I could heal you if I needed to.
Okay, you can follow her. She's still right there.
It's fine. And she's going to snarl at this wolf. She is, Rasklin is her friend. She is not going to let Rasklin be the last thing it's worried about.
Okay, excellent. So you're just like antagonizing it, trying to bait.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's Tala's turn. Bram, you're up on 9.
I think Bram at this point, seeing Tala looking a little rough, is again going to shout, Come on, Tala! Heal! And is again going to cast a healing word on Tala for 5 points of healing.
Nice.
And then as he sort of, he's going to start approaching towards that werewolf that is currently kind of cornered between Tala and Rasklin.
Mm-hmm.
And as he walks, you sort of see him sort of crouch lower to the ground. And you see that reddish fur that was sort of lining the edges of his jawline, this sort of beard sprouting, begins to grow and cover his entire face. His whole skull kind of seems to elongate, his nose transforming into a long snout. And as he
it's so
sort of
boopable.
falls forward onto
it's
onto his front arms, becoming legs, he transforms fully into a wolf. This sort of red furred, much like his reddish brown hair, as it sort of rushes up towards the werewolf. And it's going to actually sort of round around behind it, so that Rasklin can still easily get to Tala.
Yes.
So he now wild shapes fully into a wolf.
I love it.
So
You
cool.
have Tala, you have Rasklin, you have Bram surrounding the one werewolf, and like 50 feet away, Arnold stands alone, just like battering this one into the ground, pleading, like, just surrender.
Please stop!
Go for it, Austin. Make your attack.
It's actually my action to transform because I'm
Oh,
not a moon druid, so
right.
that's all I can do. Yeah.
How could I forget? Okay, Bram, that was your action to transform and dart around the edge of it. Meanwhile, on one, this wolf is behind the other werewolf that you've got, Arnold. You've been like thumping away at this thing. The wolf jumps up, biting at it, trying to like bear it down to the ground. He has advantage, hits. The wolf like hits the werewolf in the back. Like just like digging at the back of the thing's head. It does not drop, but it is looking like hurt and worn and kind of staggered. You're up, Arnold.
Okay, we're just like continuing the process, but also now Arnold is like almost a little bit concerned. He almost thinks that like trying to pulverize this thing might be the best thing to do to help it. It's sort of like his operating theory. So he is going to be. I'm flanking this thing now, right?
Yep,
With
you sure are. Yep.
Great. So we're
Advantage
gonna-
engaged.
Yeah, so with the 22
Hits.
is going to hit non-lethally. That's going to
Boom!
be
You
12.
crack him in the head with the sword, and he
Ouch.
keels over. He like crashes into the ground, unconscious.
Okay, great. So that's dealt with. And then let's just see what my movement is. Oh, no. Don't touch that. Sorry, everybody. Oh, my God. Roll 20, huh? Everybody? Yeah, that's right. He can get there. Okay, so he's going to. And as Arnold is going to then, like, immediately run, he is going to run across
Whoa.
all the way. And he is going to, like, telepathically communicate to the others. Like, I think that they're I think that this isn't I don't think they like this either. I think that they're in trouble. I think they might be in danger. So Arnold, like, modeling this, is going to take an attack of more non-lethal
Got
damage.
it. Non-lethal
with
damage it is.
25.
Arnold comes like running in and smashes this wolf in the back of the head with like the pommel of the sword, right?
Yeah,
For
so
another
for 13.
13. Holy cow. Okay.
And that's it. That's what I've got.
Yeah, so you see Arnold comes charging down the trail, the dirt kicking up, this like blue glow kind of rolling up in the soil as he churns through it. That's Arnold's turn. That brings us to this werewolf on 14. Literally, it looks at Arnold, the heaving metal man, his eyes glowing, sword clutched in one hand. It turns, looking down at Bram Brambleheel, the like shape of the wolf now, his body. He turns to Tala, who stands like he does, this like human wolf hybrid, like wailing away on him with the sword. And then he looks down at Rasklin with their terrible nightmarish whispers, and like we see its gaze finally look back towards the stream where like the body of this unicorn lies like torn and shredded. And with that, this thing is going to try to disengage and run the hell away from all of you.
From
So-
4 people.
So many.
it darts back between like Rasklin and Bram, and it just like takes off running, like back from whence it came. Rasklin, you're up on 11. It's 30 feet away from you, like racing down the path. What do you want to do?
We don't get any opportunity attacks on that?
No, he used his action to just disengage to get away.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it wants to leave, I'm cool to let it go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. We didn't come here looking for a fight.
Nope, that's true.
And if the fight is over because one enemy is unconscious and the other one has pieced out, then Rasklin is surrounded by large wolves and large Arnold.
Yeah.
He's very small.
Yeah. It's a whole wolf pack happening. Okay.
Yeah.
So
This is a humbling experience for Rasklin.
It runs and you're going to let it go. You're just going to chill.
Mm-hmm.
Tala, you're up on 10. It's 30 feet away down the path. What would you like to do?
I don't want to let it go.
Good, then go.
Yeah.
You're the boss of you.
No, Tala's gonna run. She's actually gonna run 40 feet to the other side of it.
Got it.
And swipe at it again.
Okay, got it.
Theoretically, she'll like do the non-lethal damage if that's relevant, but who knows? 18
hits
for 6.
Got it.
And then she's going to, she swings with her short sword and then comes back with an elbow into its gut, I guess. Does it have yeah,
it's got a gut.
We all do, don't we?
Yeah, it's got a gut.
Yeah,
We've
we
all
got
got guts, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's got a gut.
Yeah.
18.
Excellent.
So for 5 damage.
So you managed to like crack it in the side of the head with the sword, a la Arnold, and then you like bring the elbow into its gut, like it coughs. Tala, that was your movement. That's your action. That's your bonus action. Bram, you're up.
Bram for a moment kind of pauses as Rasklin stops to let the werewolf run, but seeing Tala chase after it in his wolf form, which has 40 feet, he's going to go bounding after the werewolf and pounce at it to bite and make a bite attack. He has pack tactics as a wolf, so he'll roll with advantage, but I think he'd be able to flank anyway.
Yes. He would. All the advantages. Plus he's
so many advantages.
I was going to say, is he still fairy fired if Bram
is
a wolf
he's still
now?
fairy fired as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I can maintain concentration in my animal forms.
Nice.
So that is 13 to hit.
Hits.
It's not hey.
Hits.
So he takes.
It's literally a naked man wearing fur. Yep.
9 piercing damage, and he has to make a strength save or be knocked prone.
You are not a moon druid. These do not count as magical attacks, right?
That is correct.
Okay. He fails. You pull him to the ground as the wolf leaps up. Wolf Bram leaps up, grabbing him, like shakes him, and even as small as you are, you unbalance and pulling him down to the ground at Tala's feet. On one, your buddy back here just kind of pounces on this dude and is not letting him get away. Arnold, you're up on 18.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna chase after.
Got it.
Flanking position, and I'm just gonna repeat the same steps that I've been taking.
The knockout battery
this
attack.
entire
so
time.
Boom! That's a miss, believe it or not, even with all the advantages.
Yep, for sure. We'll do it again. He goes for another.
Despite the multitude of advantages, 15 hits.
415.
Well, that's fantastic. I think we just see you, Arnold, come up, and what does it look like as you knock him out?
Yeah, I think you just strut. It doesn't all of the moss just sort of billowing and looking like the grape juice on his moss here, just glowing brilliantly in this place as he walks up to the wolf and just with a single thunk with the hilt of his sword is just gonna bring it down onto the back of the wolf's head to knock it out.
Yep. And so you do. Crack! and the thing's like eyes loll back into its head, right?
Yeah.
And you look down the path, you see Nim's wolf is like got its feet on the chest of the other one, and it's just kind of looking back to the lot of you uncertain. And so here you are. You're all like standing here. What would you like to do? These two seem to be down.
Yeah. I think Arnold will communicate to everyone like, it said help. It told me that it's not in control. I don't know what that means. I don't want to kill this without knowing what that means.
Neither did I. Rasklin says from over here, not having chased after this wolf.
Arnold's gonna like communicate to them and maybe like speak this part out loud to Bram. It feels wrong to kill in this place.
Bram sort of grunts and growls, but sort of nods his head in reaction.
Yeah, I think Tal is similarly kind of nodding and on board.
Yeah. And then Arnold's like, but also let's find Nim and find out why there are these two werewolf things that tried to kill us here. Cause like that part's not cool with me. So like, I would like to get to the bottom of this would be great.
Okay. Are you gonna like so
like scoop this thing up?
Got it. You pick up this one like knocked out werewolf, and meanwhile the wolf is like holding the other one. So you walk back towards the stream, the unicorn's body like laying there near it. You like step over the stream, and the other wolf's there, and you're able to set this werewolf down. And I don't know, like what you see this camp, like just a little bit off out of the tree line. To the north of the trail, next to this kind of little stream, amidst these glowing blue trees and these like enormously impossible phosphorescent bugs and like all the weirdness that's kind of happening here. And the wolf is sort of just like sitting here looking at you, a little bit of like uncertainty, mostly like guarding the captive, right? But I guess what are you gonna do? Are you gonna wait and hang out? You going to go someplace like?
Can we tie them up? Does anyone got
Sure.
things with which to tie the wolves? The wolves?
Yeah, we definitely do.
Let's do that. Just in case.
Okay.
Can't do 3 battles in a row without
Okay. I think as you sit and you tie up the pair of them, it takes you a little bit of time, and you're here probably for like another 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so before like you hear footsteps coming, crunching along the path, and you turn and look, and what you see coming back is actually like quite a sight as like Nim steps out into the campsite, this tiny childish elven figure, and behind them is a pair of like massive centaurs, these enormous like horses with the bodies of like humans on the top. One's a man, one looks like a woman. Yeah.
Kevin?
I believe you mean Varix.
Yes, indeed.
Josh means Kevin?
Centaurs are not a monolith. These are not Varix. You look and get excited for a minute, but like, nope, it's not Varix. These are 2 others. And I think that Nim steps up like, I cannot believe that they came for you.
Arnold sounds like the Titanic is now a speedboat on the water. And he's just like kind of frantically saying to him, like, what the heck? Why are there werewolves here trying to fight us in this beautiful place? You just left us here, the unicorn is dying. What is this? Why?
She says, I have heard.
Speak up! Hurry! Come on! Like, I'm pretty frustrated here.
She says, there's evil.
I'm technically all out of rage, but I'm actually fairly angry.
There's evil and darkness that has come loose in this place. Not all things in the wild places of the world are kind and benevolent. She says, death is a part of nature as much as birth. These things are cursed. There are those here who would see us suffer, try to turn this place into a prison, a nightmare, twisted to their own devices. Always do the forces of good and evil ebb and flow in their struggles. I did not realize it was this bad. I had hoped to bring you to celebrate Greengrass, but... And I think that she, like, looks to, like, the centaurs, and they, like, shake their head. And I think that the one male centaur is just like, they've grown more bold. Many of them hunt now, and they will come right to our camps and villages. It never used to be this way. But these past months, things have changed. And Nim, like, looks back like, you spared them. And I think her eyes, like, stray over Tala and Bram. Why?
Bram, who's still in his wolf form, just sort of plops down, sitting beside Arnold, and kind of cocks the head up towards Arnold.
And Arnold will respond by saying, "You said these creatures are cursed. I heard one of them. I believe this creature believes itself to be cursed. It asked for help. I want to help. I do kill sometimes, but not always. Not anymore."
I can try. My skills with these things are limited, but I can try. And I think the centaur are like, we would thank you for returning this one back to us. And they like gesture back to the unicorn like, she will be buried with all reverence. Thank you. And they like look back to Nim like, do you have this? And the little fey person is like, I believe I do. I'll do my best. And so I think that one of them like kind of strides away. One of the centaurs strides away, and you see it like kind of drape a cloth over the unicorn and like pick it up, like carrying it, and it begins to like stride off into the forest. And the other one lingers with you for a minute, like. There are more than these two, you know. Curing them will not solve the problem. But I cannot blame you for trying. Farewell, Nim. Good luck. And he turns and like strides off after the others. And so Nim is kind of like sitting here with a lot of you. These two these two werewolves tied unconscious. And she just kind of like sighs like, bring them to the stream.
Arnold will pick up one of the wolves again and think to himself, quietly, privately, how many animals am I going to carry today?
All of them. All of them. And so I think she has you lay them down in the water of the stream, right? The water is kind of like shallow, washing over them. And it's the weirdest thing where like you drop the bodies in and there's this kind of light like emerging around their edges. The whole like silhouette of them as the water rolls over. It's like almost creates like this glow, this shine of silver that's rolling off of them. And Nim begins to like cast magic and pray and call to the forces of this wild place to purge them of these infections that they have. And I think that as she finishes like calling these words, her hands moving in these intricate gestures, you see one of them like shift underneath the water, their body like thrashing and twitching a little bit as they kind of shrink down and into the half elf that you saw when he was hit with the moonbeam. And then she looks and she begins to do the same with the other. She like gestures for you to take the half elf up out of the water. And she begins to like cast over the second one, and after a time, like the same kind of thing happens. Their fur recedes, the body like shrinks a little bit. They become like frailer, smaller, thinner, and you see this human man, and she's like, I don't even know how they would have gotten here in the first place. They will sleep for many hours. Tomorrow I will bring them back when we all return. I'm sorry for all that you have gone through today. I'd hoped to invite you for a celebration of Greengrass, but upon hearing the death of the Guardian, well, those who would join me here, they have someplace else they must be. So, you're welcome to share the night with us in this place. We will have the task of finding a new Guardian who's forceful enough to protect that grove. It would take one with a great heart to do it, though. I'm not sure we'll find anyone big enough or brave enough for that, but, well, perhaps a song, Rascalin Cur?
A song.
I'm about to break with weeping.
I suppose you did ask me to come here as an entertainer.
Cue The Entertainer by Billy Joel just starts like, Rascalin's the Entertainer,
Here's where I stand.
and he may be very small.
Amazing. No, Rascalin wouldn't sing a song about himself right now. He has never felt like less impressive than he does in this moment, I think. But he'll sing like a mournful tune in memory of this fallen unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
The sad, slow rendition of "My Name Is Cathario, and I'm Here to Say."
Bye bye, little unicorn.
Yeah. Exactly.
Can we name
Exactly.
this unicorn officially as Little Sebastian?
Lil Sebastian.
So Rascalin starts to sing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, Arnold, you feel like this movement under your hat, you know?
Yeah, of course. Arnold is going to lift the hat, changing nothing. He's not disguised. He now just has mossy hair and beard, and is going to hold out a hand in case Acorn the bird, who has been through a lot.
Yeah.
This whole time.
Yeah. He's
Yep.
not looking great.
Yeah, I think like during the song, if it's I assume like a prog rock anthem, so it's probably like 24 minutes long. Plenty of time for Arnold, as Rascalin does Dream Theater's A Change of Season. Arnold is going to be able to spend 10 minutes casting Speak with Animals so that he can finally talk with Acorn.
And so Arnold casts and Rascalin sings. And what's going on with you, Tala and Bram? What are you two doing this moment?
So Nim is nearby.
Yes. Yes. She's like kind of like sitting, listening to Rascalin sing, but she does like look to you. Yeah, she's right here with you.
So I think Tala's gonna kind of like saddle up to Nim, and she says, "So I know that, you know, for a new protector, they must be someone very brave. And you have said, is there a size requirement for this role?"
Only in the size of one spirit.
Well, then
There.
I happen to.
Oh no, she just says, it's a sacrifice if they are willing to give up what may yet lay beyond for them to remain in your world for a time until their service is done. It is a lot to ask, and not all are willing to take on such a task with no end in sight.
I think understanding the sacrifice required. Tala says, you know, I know someone brave enough, but I couldn't possibly ask this of him. That seemed such a big moment. I couldn't put that forward. I think that he would perhaps feel an obligation that I don't want to put on him.
And I think that her eye like kind of crooks a little bit, and she turns looking over And as Rasklin Kerr sings to his friends here in the Feywild after this ordeal that you've all been through, Nim like turns and looks sitting next to Tala at the tiny bird in Arnold's jam hands.
Still?
And, well, I mean, he didn't say
Always
wash
now.
them. You know?
No one took prestidigitation. They're not clean.
They just have moss on them.
I didn't take destroy water or create or destroy water to create a cleansing solution.
And so you didn't. I talked him out of it. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Now I understand the combo. You wanted good berry and then the create water.
yeah, to clean the good berry. No,
My
it's
fault.
okay. I got it for the next one.
I let you down big time on that.
No,
one.
you're good. You're
Okay.
good. You're good.
And so I think that Nim looks over and is like, I think I understand what you were getting at. And I think that like this little figure, this child like walks over by you, Arnold, as Rasklin sings this mournful song. And I think like Nim like taps you and is like, you're a friend. I have something I would ask of him.
Of
all you."
Acorn?
She just nods. He is the brave bird who you sent through that night, isn't he?
And Arnold is going to, having heard that in Druidic, look at Acorn and say to Acorn in bird speak, they say you're the bravest bird of them all, Acorn. Is that still true?
Well, death is coming for me, but I have no fear. I have lived a glorious life. There are many of my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren who will fly through this forest for all the years to come. There is nothing left to fear.
Yeah. Arnold is going to like scritch Acorn on the head and say, death is not coming for you, Acorn. Acorn is coming for death.
And I think with that, I think Nim like murmurs these words in the language of birds, an esoteric language as it is. Like, would you stand, Acorn? Would you fly to in the place of this fallen protector, this great guardian force who warded the circle that your friends traveled through today? And Acorn is like, well, I don't see why I wouldn't. And with that, I think Nim is like, she puts her hand out, like, may I?
And Arnold will scritch Acorn one last time as he holds out his sticky to the point of callous jam hand.
Oh,
And offer Acorn the opportunity to choose where he wants to go.
And I think Acorn sits like tentatively on your hand for a minute before, like very kind of cautiously, the little bird leaps out of your hand into this little child's. And we see this little elfin child like cup her hands and bring this little tiny bird up to her mouth, and she whispers these words that
I
like
really
slide
thought she was
past
going to
you.
eat the bird.
And, well, then she just does go like this.
oh no.
And her hands like close and open, and Acorn is gone. And I think you see like this coalescing of all these motes of light, the blue and the greens and like the yellows, and they kind of begin to like swirl and reform. And you see this glowing form of the little bird that's like sailing around above you, right? And she's like, we will see you on the morrow, friend. Your sacrifice will be remembered. And I think Acorn's like, and kind of like vanishes from sight as Rasklin sings, thank you for soundtracking this. And a lot of you sit, and I think it's at this point you realize like another voice has joined into the song, and then another, and you guys kind of start to like look all around you, and you could see at the banks of this little stream where you sit, these two people that were werewolves who were cured lay sleeping on the side of the bank. Nim stands there with a lot of you, and I think that you see like people starting to gather, not human people, but you see like a fawn, and you see what looks like it might be like this elvish kind of woman with like greenish skin, and you see a centaur, and like slowly like these voices join in and kind of finish the song. And as Rasklin finishes, there's like a great like round of applause from like the half dozen figures, these fae that have seemed to gather on the banks of this stream. And I think the satyr is like, I can't believe you found him. It's Rasklin Danger Kerr, right here. He's just standing right there. Like pointing at him. I don't believe it. This is remarkable. And,
Rasklin's been singing like "Thank you for being a friend,"
which Arnold is like glomming onto.
Yeah.
Thank you for being a friend.
Yeah, perfect, Arnold. Very well done.
And
But he doesn't know the rest of the lyrics, so he just like, thank you for being a friend.
we see the satyr come like striding across the little stream and like claps you on the shoulder, Rascal, like handing over like a flask, like, please, would you drink with me?
Always.
It is green grass. It is cause for celebration. Drinks for everyone. And like it produces like a whole second flask and begins drinking, like offers it off to you. Like, oh, hello, do I know you? Do I know you? Druids. I love druids. What are these sleeping humans doing here? Come, come. And I think like slowly, like there are more of these kind of like elves and centaurs and fauns and like dryads, and you see some pixies kind of like appearing, all of these sorts of various, and I think that like music kind of picks up, and there's singing, and there's rejoicing.
Do 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 do.
Perhaps some raving.
Yes, it's definitely Arnold raving.
Now, like in like true glow sticks mode.
Yeah, I think that like the place is like really like remarkable, and I think that there's this sense where you all have this sense that something great happened, that there's like something amazing that occurred. But I think that this scene just kind of like smoke kind of fades across the screen and vanishes, and we fade to black, and we cut back, and all of you kind of like are finding yourselves waking up, laying in the grass, in the circle with the tree in the center of it, where you fought the troll. And there are no bloodstains, and there is no burn from the troll's burned corpse. And the memory of whatever might have happened is really very faded. You're not sure what occurred for the rest of the hours that transpired last night. Did that happen? Was that even real? How did you get here? Were there werewolves? Like the four of you like find yourselves all kind of like waking up, laying in the grass, like propped up against the tree trunk in the center of that Menhir circle that you traveled to.
Arnold's like,
Did I sleep for the first time ever? I didn't know I could do that.
How did it feel?
Now I feel very sleepy still.
That's usually how it goes first thing in the morning. It's why sometimes when you say good morning to people, they're like, is it though? Sometimes it takes a while to warm up.
I get it. I get it now. I do understand. I shall keep saying it, but I do understand.
I shall keep saying it.
he's saying this in the language that only Ian Bram speaks, so he just sounds like a
And so as you guys are like having this bit of a conversation, I think you see like the bird, Acorn, the chickadee, as he like lights out of the tree, and I think like he's like, "Good morning."
Acorn!
Good morning.
They gave me a voice. This is remarkable. I feel lighter than ever,
Oh,
as strong as when I was 2 years old. I am like a
Acorn.
mighty warrior now.
Oh my God.
Acorn, I think you were always a mighty warrior, but I'm glad you feel that way now.
Yes, well said, Tala.
Acorn, you look incredible.
Yes, you too. I love the moss.
Do you like it? It's very itchy. Could you just like get in there, maybe peck at the moss a little bit?
And I think Acorn like jumps in there and pecks at the moss a little bit. It's like scritching, and I think it's probably that.
Arnold like scratches at it and puts more grape juice in his beard because he now once again has 5 good berries that he's just smashed into his moss beard by accident.
Oh no.
As he drops another 5 on the ground.
I love it. But I think Acorn like scritching at the moss, Arnold dropping the good berries, a lot of you like standing in this circle where much occurred and transpired today. Trolls and gnolls and werewolves, oh my. But you have succeeded in junctioning the Guardian Force back to this Men Here circle.
Oh God.
And I think that like with a lot of you like standing here in the circle with small Acorn, that's where the camera fades out, and that's where we leave our adventurers today.
Yeah.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Yay!
Oh my gosh. Acorn is alive and better than ever. I was so worried that this was going to be the death of Acorn, and instead it was the death of a unicorn,
Yeah.
which I don't know which is better.
Different corn.
Different
Well,
corn.
I wanted to create that moral conundrum. What's worse, when a tiny bird that you know dies, or a unicorn who means nothing to you? A unicorn is a stranger. It's really tough. It's a tough one.
Are we doing the trolley problem?
Oh my god, absolutely incredible. Well, that was super fun. My first session with being a newly minted druid. That was
Yeah,
fun
spoiler alert, everybody.
fun to figure out.
Oh, is that what was happening?
It's fun to
Figured it out by now.
fun to play along with.
Wait.
That was great.
You're a druid now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Druish really is where I'm at.
Spaceball classic. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're through the worst of the druid puberty,
Yes.
the dribberty.
Yes. That there was a great moment that happened in the chat, the private chat between the players, when Zed alluded to like everybody goes through these kinds of changes, and then Zed, to clarify for the players, you described this as druid puberty, to which Austin and I simultaneously responded by saying druberty.
Druberty.
It's great.
So that's
I
where
didn't
we're
even
at.
realize it at first. I thought it like missent twice
No,
from one of you.
Nope.
no.
And I was like, oh my goodness.
We just simultaneously plucked that low-hanging
Yep.
fruit, and
Druid
You
Yes,
speak
Mel.
the same
The druid
language now.
connection. Yeah.
we both speak
Quite
Druidic
literally.
now. Yeah,
Druid
that was-
meld.
That was super great. I had so much fun. The werewolf battle was a surprise. That was that really took me off guard. I don't know about anybody else.
Did it? You weren't prepared
Yeah.
for more werewolves?
No,
Yeah.
no, we killed a troll and then we didn't even get a minute.
No. Why would I give you a minute? I gave
Why?
you a little bit of time. The troll
Mhm.
fight lasted much longer than I expected. I don't know why. You would think I would
We
be
rolled
there.
badly for a while.
We
there,
rolled
yeah.
poorly for a while you rolled excellently.
I mean, yep. At least those 20s didn't come on the attack rolls. That were all those saving throws. That was really fun. I was
True
thinking about
that.
this one for a while. I hope that you all had fun accompanying Arnold on his first druid expedition. And you've all left the plains, and you don't really remember a lot about it except for the werewolf bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad I remember that bit. Bram and Tala will have some conversations about that, I'm sure.
I think
Yeah.
I remember everything up until like where we like fade out. In other words, like everything we played through, you have pretty good clarity about, but you're pretty sure you were there for longer. Like Arnold's moss is longer when you guys wake up the next day. Arnold's moss is like,
Boy.
yeah.
Interesting.
It's filling
Very
in
interesting. Yeah, it's really starting to come
through the
in.
worst of the itchiness. Yeah.
No, that was really, really, really fun. I mean, yeah, like obviously he's a druid. I've been really excited about this for a while. Like Rich has the receipts. Like we've been talking about this for months.
Yeah, I think it was probably still like within a month of creating Arnold that you had a vibe. This is where you wanted to go, and so we've been kind of carefully like planting those seeds and taking those steps. Yeah.
Well,
He's a nature boy.
Well, that was
Yeah,
it. Was like
he's
the
always
like
been a nature boy.
you know, the sort of like the decision very early in that first podcast of like, let's take nature. That seems strange for a robot, but it could be fun. Has ended up being like the guiding principle with which I've played the character. And then in like when I had like the moment to like choose which path for the barbarian, Totem just like opened up and it's like, oh, and he can speak to animals. Like, oh, this is like going in a certain way. And I think like the druid stuff like really spoke to me as far as like there could be some like really fun role play possibilities, like that like basically like Druidcraft is responsible for his druberty. Is ridiculous. It's the point that he's now going to have like greenish purple hair because he just keeps smashing good berries into his face. Like
smashing good berries.
It's like it just like it just feels fun, and it feels like a fun place to hang out with the character for at least for a while. Who knows where it'll take him afterwards? But I've been really excited about it. It was really fun to play this first session out in like a way that was like very much in line with sort of all of the nature stuff with a bunch of shifters, a forest gnome, and of course a freaking troll. Classic.
There had to be a troll. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Of course.
Always got to be a troll.
Yeah, I hope that was fun. I was excited about that. The Acorn thing, like, oh yeah, I was like, oh, they're gonna get very sad while they think Acorn dies, but maybe he doesn't have to die.
Yeah. I was nervous. I was nervous for sure that we were going to lose another bird, the bird. But it sounds like Acorn is he's only ascending, if anything.
I mean, I think he's nigh indestructible at this point. Yeah, I think that
Acorn ascending.
I don't know. I mean, we saw what happened to the unicorn. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think anything's indestructible anymore.
No, that's true. I'm definitely speaking hyperbolically in a way that you guys should be like, that's not true.
Yeah, I'm nervous. I don't like when you say that at all.
The word indestructible doesn't have the same meaning it used to.
But can we
Someone
call
should really
him?
do something about these gnolls.
Can we call him Unicorn?
Yeah,
for his like evolved state.
I think you have to.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
The last unicorn, the first unicorn. Well, I'm gonna call the podcast here. We are streaming live still on DM Philly, and I'm cool to chill. But as far as the podcast goes, I think that just short of 4 hours, I'll call it here. Not the longest one we've done, but still super great. I hope people enjoyed doing the podcast live. I had a blast. I would love to do this again. I think the live session is obviously the way that we do so much of the D&D, but I think combining that with the podcast. But let us know like what the user experience is as you're listening back to the podcast. If you'd be down for us to do it again this way, if you prefer the more isolated way that we do the podcast, I think we'll probably do a bit of both moving forward. But I had so much fun. This was really, really great. We'll be back at some point in an unknown amount of time with another episode of Dungeons and Dragons Discord. Until then, everybody take care. Bye-bye. Like, I'm still totally down to hang out for a little while. I do think like maybe I'll go like eat a snack. I'll be back in like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
and by
that's
5 seconds,
totally
I mean like
acceptable.
probably
Go
like
eat your
2
snack.
minutes.
I just want to thank everybody for stopping by. Any of you guys who like followed or subbed or any of that through the thing, I really appreciate it. We're recording a podcast, so I didn't want to like blow up all the notifications every couple of minutes. But really, thank you guys all for stopping in. Adam is asking, or I should say Pia is asking, has any party that has included Arnold fought trolls? I don't think so. I think the trolls like appeared in the cemetery. I think that you personally have thrown trolls at Arnold. This was the first time I think I dropped trolls in this whole campaign. Like, I think the trolls are just Arnold's niche enemy is the deal. Yeah, nor would I, Dave. If Tavern sees a troll on Sunday, I would not be surprised. Definitely not be surprised. Trolls abound. What about you? Did you guys have fun? Was that all right, Zed? Did you feel like a hanger-oner?
A little bit.
I'm sorry.
I mean, not in a bad way. Just in a like, I think both I and Rasklin were very like,
why am I?
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
But I think it's good for Rasklin to have that like totally out of his element experience, and he still took down the troll. I think
yeah, he did.
The legs were still there, but I'm pretty sure Rasklin dealt the final blow. To
I think
the
he did
troll
too. I
body
know.
proper.
I was like, oh
And,
my god.
as it was happening, I was like laughing in my head. I was like, this
100%.
is getting out of hand.
Because I was like, this really is too much. Again, like Rasklin just destroys everybody all the time. That's how this goes. Yep,
So
was a lot.
funny.
I think because of wacky technical difficulties that probably I just will shut this off in a second rather than continuing to stream this like
You
train
all know
wreck.
where to find us if
do
you
know
want
where
to
to
keep
find
talking
us.
about
Yeah.
us.
But I
was gonna
will say
say.
this while we're all still sitting here, especially given the individuals that we have sitting here. The one place you might not know when to find us is next Tuesday, May the 4th at 8 p.m.
Yep.
Big things are happening. I think you may see a lot of the people who are here tonight returning. Should I just say it? Should I say the thing?
Are you gonna drop it?
I think
Drop the
that
dates.
we're starting a new D&D game streaming here at Twitch TV/DM Philly. It's going to be Dungeons and Dragons in space.
Oh, whoa! Did we just announce it? Did I just come
Yeah.
back in time?
You came back at just the right
Oh my
time.
god! And I brought donuts. Oh my goodness!
Space donuts?
Donut dinner.
And Dragons
Yeah.
in space.
Yeah, Space Dragons, baby. I don't know why I went to Mama C, but I did.
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know. I'm so hyped. Oh my god.
Yeah, and there's the big reveal. I guess we could probably just tell people. I should be like probably advertising this thing so people.
I think
show
like
up.
it's worth letting people know. Yeah, why not?
I agree. Thank you, Josh.
You can only drop hints for so long.
It's
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
true.
Zed and I have both been like, so if we were to make another character, we have these.
Yeah.
And people are like, why are you making characters?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's a reason I went to Druid school today.
Aiden is very funny in the chat. I knew about that. Yes, you did because you were inadvertently invited to the secret D&D in space chat.
I forgot about that. That's my fault.
I totally forgot too until I just said it, and I just
That
saw him
was
join
weeks
the chat
ago.
and leave. So
Wow,
thank you for
yeah.
like, keeping it under your hat all these weeks.
Like
Yeah,
Acorn.
That was
You are our
a
Acorn.
resurrection crossover there.
Yes,
There were
Dave.
too many D&D group
Oh,
chats
that's
going
so
on. That
funny.
I completely forgot.
That was great.
Dave is asking like Spelljammer. Yes, like Spelljammer. It's not going to be legit Spelljammer, but I'm converting a lot of the old second edition stuff. The name of the show will be Dragonfly.
Dragonfly.
As we will be using the
Ooh.
Dragonfly ship from the old Spelljammer books as the primary ship of the group.
Mhm.
Do I just blow up the cast list? We should go right down the line, I
Yeah.
guess,
Go
right
for it,
at
do
this
it.
point. But so Josh Wigler, Brooklyn
That's-
Zed, Melissa
me.
Wario.
Not my name. It's
Oh,
fine.
please tell me Oliveri is there. We have my dear friend Taylor Ball.
Oh, can I play as Oliveri?
You could, sure. Yeah, you want to switch characters?
Let's mix it up.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
My dear friend Taylor Ball from all the other streams that I do here. Kurt Clark, DJ LaBelle Klein himself, and dare I overlook her, Grace Leader. That's all of us. That's 8 of us, isn't it? That's 7 of us.
What a crew!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
I know. Thank you. Yeah, it's exciting. It's very exciting. We do
Oh,
have
we're
a
gonna have so
pretty
much
killer
fun.
crew.
Tuesday nights, right?
Tuesday night, 8 p.m. First show. May the 4th be with you. I think it's going to be really
And
good.
also with you.
I have it as a standing appointment in my calendar from now on because I'm pretty soon going to be an unemployed podcaster bum. And so I just have that like on my calendar is like Tuesday nights, you go to space. I won't be there every single time, but I plan on being there as often as humanly possible.
Yep. The deal is we're going to run it a lot like the D&D game in the Discord server, where it's going to be like a mini West Marches, right? With a group of 7. We may pick up another 1 or 2 Voyagers once we begin our journey. But we'll have like interchanging groups week to week. You know, it'll be some combination of those 7 people and a few others maybe yet to come, and myself running the game. And so, yeah, they're all the crew of a Dragonfly ship. I'll drop a pic in the Discord at some point. And, yeah, we spent the last, like, month meeting together doing world building. We did, like, a whole timeline building exercise. We played the game Microscope. And, like, yeah, it was pretty serious.
That was super fun.
I enjoyed it.
That's is that like a pretty old game, Microscope?
No.
In terms of like world building, or is that new?
No, it's very new. It came out, not very new, I guess. I'm like just old and slow. It came out like early 2010s, and it definitely won a bunch of awards, like Game of the Year. But it was pretty innovative, I think. Like a lot of people have used it in education settings, I know. It like got a lot of hype for that, for like its use in the classroom and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm super excited about it. I can't wait. I think it's going to be really good. So yeah, you guys made cool characters. There may or may not be art by Tuesday.
Dougie!
Oh, hey, Doug.
Don't run away.
Hey, there
You're
he
on camera,
is.
man. You can come on camera.
It's the
Both of
secret
mine
mod.
left as soon as they weren't on camera anymore. They were like, well, what's the point of being here?
Yeah, now that we're done recording, Spooky has left and shut up. Oh God, I'm lying. He's right behind me.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
What's up, Ladouche?
Mine
Yeah.
were just like hanging out making a nightmarish amount of noise for the first hour. I don't know if you heard, but like, oh God, I was like, I'm gonna
I
kill
couldn't
you.
hear them, but I could see them running around.
I was going to say, yeah, I kept seeing critters in the back.
They were rambunctious.
They were locked down. I went out to go get donuts, and they were like hiding. I didn't see them. I was like, all right, they must be just like mad at Dad. And here comes Doug, and he's definitely
oh my gosh,
not thrilled
the
with it.
wind.
Bad.
Dad?
Austin, you have the most well-behaved critters out of all of us.
Bug.
Well,
Um,
my critter is in another room, far away behind a locked door. Not a locked door, a closed door.
I saw that one picture of your adorable dog.
So,
being
no issues
terrified of
there.
The vacuum
I'm
last
surprised
week,
though.
Austin.
Sometimes it'll be a bit loud.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, he clambers up onto my wife and like tries to like jump over the back of the couch while I'm vacuuming, which is
Mhm.
sure.
Classic move.
That's like that great YouTube video.
Classic move. Yeah.
Let me tell you about the monster called Vacuum. It screams and eats at the
Yeah.
same time.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
seen it swallow cat toys whole. You know?
We're gonna find some of that in space.
Yes, for sure.
Battle the vacuum.
Yeah.
Oh, Waffle's not going to be happy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's everywhere outside the ship, right?
Oh,
Oh,
Yes.
good one.
it is.
Very good.
Yeah.
catch. Yeah. Right on. Cool.
It took a moment.
Aces of a cume.
No, we're just hoping Rich forgets about that, so we don't.
Oh no, we're using weird
Die.
Spelljammer rules. Don't worry about it. Like your ship traps an air bubble in proportion to its size, so you don't need suits or hats to be able to go out on the deck of the ship and fight aliens. You know.
I think as far as like character teases, I think I need to spend the next several days drinking a lot of like hot water with lemon. Because
Yeah.
I have a feeling that my vocal work.
Oh
is
boy.
There's a voice
Oh,
coming.
I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah,
I was like, I know what you're talking
Oh,
about, but I
no.
have no idea what you're talking about.
I have a feeling that my vocal performance is gonna blow out my vocal cords. It's not gonna be fun, but it's also very necessary for what I've chosen for my character.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness.
Aiden, I'll play Shadowrun any day you're ready, man.
What
You
is
run it, I
Shadowrun?
play it. You would love Shadowrun, Josh. Shadowrun is this weird cyberpunk kind of like dystopian future thing that came out. And the idea is it's like the real world, but on December 12th, 2012, Mount Fuji erupted. And out of the eruption of Mount Fuji
When the
came
apocalypse
a
was supposed to happen.
volcano. Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. But out of the volcano came a dragon. And then like 10% of the world's population changed into dwarves and elves. And then today was the anniversary. Was it yesterday, Aiden? I think it was yesterday.
Well, it was for him. It was yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, today is the anniversary of like the date by their game is 4/30/2021 is the like 10% of the world's population turns into orcs and trolls. So it's like cyberpunk future with like elves and dwarves and orcs and trolls. But you could be like, oh, I'm like an elven wizard, and this person is like a crazy Native American shaman, and this is like a troll with cybernetic bazooka arms, and this is like
yes, I'd like to play this.
Crazy
can I be a
this sounds
troll
great.
with cybernetic bazooka arms?
Yeah,
It's only
dude.
fair.
Yes, yes. It's
I need to
unreal.
understand. I need to understand my enemy,
It's unreal.
so I must become one.
It's magnificent, Josh. It's like this fusion of like cyberpunk and fantasy into like
That sounds
this
super
weird
cool.
amalgamation of like just wildness, dude. It really
And the
is, like,
rules
cool.
are D&D rules,
No.
or
I mean, it's
Yeah.
a tabletop RPG, but it's a very different system where you have to roll like 10,000 six-sided dice. Yeah. See,
Yeah, I'm
Aiden
down
is
with
saying
that.
ignore the gameplay system. We should like steal the world and just play it with like D&D or something.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
That's
that's
cool.
fine.
It's very,
Steal the
very rad.
world.
It's very
Ignore the gameplay system is how I'm playing FF8. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
fully endorse this method of don't figure out the rules and just get through the story.
How I love to do it. That's how I do it.
Um,
Cool. That sounds fun. I'm in. Wait,
Yeah.
so we start now?
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
Aiden's gonna run it, I think, in like an hour or something. Is that what you said,
Perfect.
dude?
There we
Aiden,
go.
are you serious?
Yeah, it's just like what, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning?
Oh,
Yeah.
let's go. Shadowrun. That sounds cool. Hey, Doug, you want to
Yeah.
play Shadowrun, bud?
Yeah, he does.
What do you think? What do you think?
Yeah,
You
you're
wanna
like a
be a
dragon
troll?
cat, buddy.
You want to be a troll with bazooka arms, Dougie?
A troll with bazooka.
He responds by saying, "Brrr," which, because I ate
That's cat
donuts
for
as
yes.
my speak with animals ritual, means no, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I will be right back.
Hey, buddy.
You guys are not obligated to stay. Do you all want to bounce? Are you just hanging out?
No,
Doesn't matter?
I'm happy to hang for a
Okay.
bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I'm having a good time. It's tradition, post-show D&D caps. I have a
true.
lot to learn about how to combat as a druid. There's a lot of things that I need to figure out.
It does certainly stack up
Yeah.
with lots of choices
Mhm.
very quickly. Lots of like bonus act, like, you know, okay, what do I do with the bonus? Like, what do I do with the action? Once you've got the wild shape of like, okay,
Mhm.
depending on like which path you go down, like, okay,
Yeah, the druid
it's gonna take my
circle
whole
stuff.
action just to change. Like,
Druid
it's a
circle
lot.
stuff I need to really look into because I'm pretty sure where I'll go with that, especially thematically. But in terms of like mechanically, I'm gonna have to. Taylor, once again, Druid is literally the best. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
Taylor and I are on
Well,
the
hit me
same
up
page about this.
if you got the Druid is so good.
Oh yeah,
what am I
Tom's asked
calling?
this question a few times.
What am I calling my hybrid class? Well, I feel like I can't. I feel like I can't say until.
Until you circle.
Yeah, I think like for like this like portion of Arnold's time as a druid, I don't think he even knows what that means. You know, like I don't think he has any idea what's happening. He just knows that he has a moss beard, and it itches like crazy, and he keeps putting good berry juice in it. But it you know, certainly like the Daves of the world, I think we'll be able to figure out pretty quickly like what my plan for an immediate next evolution is with Arnold. So the hybrid class will not be like a major like name thing that I'm making up. It'll be, I think, a strategy that has been utilized in a lot of D&D is my understanding. He's gonna shapeshift into a bear. Is what's gonna happen. He's a barbarian. Is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, that works.
Sure.
I'll just say it. He's just gonna be a barbarian.
Just drop it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been the bear from the beginning, you know.
Yeah.
So like, it makes a lot of sense that that's where he will ultimately
No, it's
ultimately
very.
go.
It really makes sense, and having like the totem of the bear thing on top of that, like it's
Mhm.
really nice, right? We ran into the thing today. We're like, that's what's gonna get you, is the spell casting and the rage. But wild shape's not spell casting, so you're in good shape. You know, you can
Yeah.
like pop
Yep.
rage wild shape, and then it gets like
Mhm.
crazy. Like the hit points, holy cow!
Yeah.
A
It's
raging
like
bear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be even tankier for
Oh.
people.
Yeah, because like he turns into a bear, and all those hit points have to like go away before he gets turned back into Arnold. But he's still raging, so he takes half damage, and then he turns back into Arnold, and he could be like, "Okay, I'm gonna turn into a bear again."
So-
You know.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
It's a lot.
But I mean, like, I really like. I don't want to do that all the time. You know,
No,
like that's
of
definitely not
course.
like because there's like a lot of fun to be had. Like I've had some like I've played out like mental simulations of like what it looks like when Arnold uses Charm Person.
Yep.
You know, and so like I want to start getting into that.
Yeah.
Like I'm really
Yeah.
curious to like get into like some combat situations where like the obvious move of Arnold being like the fighter type is like starting to like get downplayed to a certain degree. Like I think that he's like moving a little bit into like I don't want to just like kill things.
Yep.
And so like what does that look like, Doug? You know, is my question. So but then also I do want him to turn into a bear and destroy everything. So it'll be hopefully a nice balance. And stuff.
Yeah, it'll be very cool, and you have a lot of options, right? Like the bear thing is right there, but like wild shape, the sky's the limit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What, like I don't even want to like talk through all of it now because I want it to be like fun and surprising when it happens. But like, you know, druids really are the best. Like as the diehard wizard stan, I was like looking at our roster the other day, Austin, and I was like, how do we, like, where are the druids, man? Like at one point, it felt like
Yeah.
there was like a legion of you guys coming, and yeah, I was like, wow, we need more druids, more druid representation. Yeah.
I'm pumped.
It is surprisingly few of our vast
Yeah.
PSR
Yeah.
crew.
I think they're a little daunting. Like they're demanding in the sense that
Mm.
you all of a sudden have to get off your character sheet and start looking at monster stat blocks. Like that's the first place I think most D&D players are ever going to look at anything that's like a monster stat block to be like, what is this wolf stats, the bear stats, you know?
Yeah.
So it
Mhm.
can be like it seemed like a lot, but I don't know. It all clicks. They're a classic favorite of mine. So
Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely loving playing a druid. Like it's a class that I had not been drawn to. Like when I first started playing D&D, I was like, okay, like I like the idea of clerics and you know, and wizards. Like I like the magic stuff, but like I don't know, druid, like animal stuff. Like I love animals, but like like I don't know if that's my like attention. But then as I was the actual origin for Bram was out of seeing the subclass and seeing like, oh, I really like all of the shepherd stuff, like this
great.
spirit that you can kind of summon to like do all this like massive you know, area of effect stuff to help your allies. And I was like, that's really interesting. And then Bram sort of built from there. So it wasn't that I necessarily wanted to play a druid. It was more just I got hooked in on like a mechanic of a druid.
Yep.
And then the character built, and I was like, this is great, and I'm absolutely loving it. So I'm really glad that it played out the way it did.
I love
And I'm
it too,
super
man.
excited to see where it goes from here. Yeah.
I have a character in my home game who is he might be watching now. He's a ranger. He started as a ranger, 6th level, and then he switched into druid. And he's very much one of these guys that's not min-maxing for like level bumps and ASIs. He was just kind of following the story that was natural. And he's a Circle of the Shepherd. And so, but he's like, you know, uses a hawk and a bear and all these the totems. So when I saw what you were doing with your totems, and then into like Pasha and the way the whole vibe of Bran, it's really like a great like class in how you as a player can take these things out of the player's handbook and make them your own. Right, like you can paint your own like kind of colors onto whatever it is that you're playing, and make it so much different than anybody else playing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So I love
Yeah.
that.
The flavor, like any opportunity for unique flavor, I'm gonna grab it. Like, and like Josh, like I loved your healing word being like not necessarily a word, but like the blast of light, like is so unique
he's a
feeling.
robot.
And
He
exactly, like
you know, like he's you know, whatever, he's a Warforged, but like, I don't know that I think about him like super classically as a Warforged. I mean, I don't. So like what I think of him as is he's a cyborg, except instead of being like, half human, half robot, he's half robot, half tree.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So like he is of the planet, in the sense of like he is of like the earth, and he is also of people in that he is probably of like human advancement or like elven advancement or whatever that looks like technological advancement. So I think that's really fun to play. So for me, like when I picked like telepathic, like I imagine that as like that's robot stuff, and then there's like the druidic stuff. So it's like I'm trying to have like a little bit of both, because I think that there could be something that's really fun to play with, like the clash of like, am I alive or am I a machine?
Yeah, it's funny. I even remember in the beginning, Josh, when we were making Arnold, and I think you were looking at the art for the Warforged, and you're like, it kind of looks like Groot. And I was like, oh, wow. Like, I never thought about that before. But, it kind of does look like Groot, And, there's, like, a lot of, I don't know, I think Groot in Arnold and all the best
for sure.
ways,
I mean, Good Morning is his I Am Groot, for sure.
Yeah. No, very, very cool. I had fun tonight. This was a good one. I was like thinking about it a lot, and I was like, well, I don't want to just like put you in Druid class for 3 hours and be like this, and then this is,
No, but it was great. It was very, I think, still really super thematic in that way. I do need to like load up. Sorry, I gotta load up my Hero Forge real quick.
Been updated.
Gotta spruce that up. Yeah.
I need to put the jam in his beard. Is probably pretty important.
Do you have to do that?
I do.
You have to.
I do. I'm sorry.
Jammy Mustbeard cracks me up. I love that.
I love the boss. I love the boss head, the whole thing. Arnold's parrots. I'm into it. I'm into Arnold, like the animal keeper, the Pied Piper. Yeah.
He loves his animals.
Chia Pet.
Yeah.
Stay out of the pies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but the pies smell like fish anyway, so it's okay.
Do they?
Just Backamores.
Yeah. Just that first bad batch.
Yeah, not Theobald's.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
Hero Forge
Poor Theobald
Hero Forge
made
has
up a bunch of stew that
called
we didn't come back for.
Grape juice purple is the color. Well, there you go.
It's just always stew, I think.
Grape juice purple.
Yeah, it's a color on Hero Forge.
I was in Hero Forge today. I'm working on some things.
For secrets.
I'm just like so bad at Hero Forge. I just don't even.
I got you covered, Melissa. If you need it.
I appreciate it, but I think Sean has me covered already. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to write something out because my Hero Forge does not look quite the way that I wanted it to.
But you wanna, yeah.
I can't get fabric texture right in Hero Forged.
I have not mastered Hero Forge. Josh has become like really good, and I'm like, wow.
I have a sickness. Yeah, but I'm no. Tom has me beat with all of your.
Oh yeah, Tom has everybody beat except maybe Josiah. It's it's pretty good.
Yeah. Up to 53 Backamore figures. Apparently.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's so good. Dougie never gets tired. No, he does. He will. He will. If we do this long enough, he's gonna get tired. When he gets tired of it, if I got the laser pointer somewhere. Do I need to shift the camera a little bit more? Or is it a good angle? I can shift it for sure. Hang on. Give me a sec. Where's the thing? I'm trying to see if. No, you got a pretty good angle. Okay. Hey, bud. Do you know you're on the internet? You're on the internet, man. Do you know that you can see Lolo too, right?
Oh, by the door, yeah.
Yeah, by the curtain. Yeah.
Lolo. Outside.
Lolo, the Anthony Cisternino of Josh's household. Yeah.
Hungry. Attention.
Oh gosh.
Well, she's not very bright, but she's so cute. Oh my god, she's the best. Does Doug have his own tablet? No, he has mine. But I no longer have my tablet. He has very deeply co-opted.
Yep, that's how that goes.
My technology.
Yeah.
We don't have kids. These are our children. We spoil
get
them
it.
rotten.
Oh no, I can relate.
I was going to say, look at this assembly on the screen right now.
I know.
Like, we get it.
Yeah, it is. There's a legion of cats here.
Hey.
Cool.
I just see a tail sticking out of your arm. There she is. I don't know where my loud old man went. He's somewhere.
Oh,
Like
no,
some
mine are all
Siri,
like,
man.
happy and being quiet now that there's nothing important happening.
Always the way.
Cool. Was there anything that I surprised you guys with? Did I leave anything hanging that you wanted to dig on?
Good question.
I
No,
was wondering when I used that last key point, I was like, I bet you there's more coming. Like, we're pretty early on in this, but yeah.
I'm still at a place where, like, I guess I'm constantly thinking that we are going to that we're always gonna have an opportunity to rest.
Oh yeah. I know.
I need to start recalibrating because that's clearly not the case.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not. Like, we've fallen into that space a little bit, and it's easy for it to happen in this West Marches style of game because, like, okay, you travel for a day, you get in a fight on the first day. Like, we're compressing such long periods of time into 1 3-hour session or whatever that you end up with a lot of rests. But, like, my players will tell you, I don't know, the guys who stream with me Monday night, not guys, but the folks who stream with me Monday night, like, I ran him for like 5 weeks straight without a long rest, I think, or something like that. Tanner
Wow.
was like, I need spell memorizations, you know, like, please.
Yeah. I did that to one of my home games for the first time. Like, over the last month, we had a big dungeon crawl that unfortunately ended with one of the characters dying, but we brought them back. So
Dungeon crawls will do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, the long periods without like substantial rest was something that they hadn't, because they were all new players, they hadn't done before, and it was like, wait, like, I need stuff. It's like, that's the way it works. You can choose to take a long rest in the dangerous dungeon, but do you really want to do that?
You could if you had a tiny hut.
Really?
The tiny hut.
I'm so hyped about this tiny hut.
It was valuable to me.
Right.
I think Healing Word is actually not a great spell for me. I think, like, I probably want Cure Wounds. I think I just want to, like, go up to somebody and cure them. I don't want to, like, lose the rage. I think it doesn't really make sense. But that was fairly
For a
valuable.
smaller one.
Yeah. At least
that's one of the good.
yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the good things about druids is you can kind of try stuff out, and if it doesn't quite land right, you're like, this doesn't feel good. You just be like, I'll swap it out the next day. It's fine.
Yeah.
You have so many options, and the Cure Wounds is good. You know, like, I see you using your spells, Josh. You know, you can, like, supplement and buff your spell for the stuff that's not concentration, stuff like Long Stride or
right.
You know, there's a lot of stuff to play around with. The good berry thing is a good call to, like, hand that out to your friends, right? But
and I think also, like that dates back to the very first session, right? There was the good berries and the jam hands was a fun callback. Yep, 100%. And so, like, I want to use spells that feel very Arnold. Like, that feels very Arnold. Like, that just feels like he would just, like, make food and smush it in his hand and then give you half. Like, he has half of the lot left. Like, that just like feels like what he'd be like. So I like good berry. I think I'll probably just, like, any, like, PvP town, there will probably be, like, a good berry component. Just for fun. I don't know if I'll prep it every time, but I think probably the next time I play, I'll try having Cure Wounds instead of Healing Wood, because I need to experiment with it. Like, it's obviously there's, like, a lot of customization to do there, which is fun.
Yeah, you got options, man. That's for sure. You know, you got
cool.
that whole big spell list, and there's a lot of cool stuff going on. It's fun. I know you were nervous about it. How do you feel like it panned out, Josh?
I'm really happy about I'm really happy about the role playing components of it. I think it's a really cool new thing to be able to have, because like the way that he was like conceived was just like murder machine. So like how do you like map that onto like also being like a fun character to play? And I think like he's definitely been a fun character to play. I get the sense that like he's like he can sometimes be a nuisance, which is like very much my energy.
He's an
so like
obstacle to overcome sometimes.
Yeah,
like the
and
language, the communication, all of it. It's like another
I
challenge.
like leaning into that. I think is fun. So yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. I was definitely nervous. I was definitely nervous that like, should I just like not be multi-classing? Should I just be trying to just like play this pretty straight? It's like my first long D&D thing, but like it also just feels very natural to the character. It just like feels like it has been like it was really like genuinely like it would be hard to like go and like find exactly when we started talking about it, but I would bet like as early as, you know, early February, probably like pretty quickly into like
definitely
playing
very
around.
Quickly. Yeah, because we had started playing, and I forget, like Jess made a druid just because we were talking about it in the general chat.
Yeah,
and that was Kamaya showed up, and then we really started talking about it, and like it was very soon that you were into the idea.
I was like,
and the fact is, like, as a barbarian, like you could keep hammering barbarian levels, but you're not missing out on like anything incredible.
I may like dip back in. Like,
Sure.
I think there may be a thing or two in like level 6 that's kind of interesting. I think I was doing some look.
Yep.
Things like drift in and out of my head.
Like another marquee thing, but like the idea with like a wizard or a cleric or like sorcerers, warlocks, like at that point when you multi-class, you're really delaying your access to these higher level spells.
Yeah.
And so you got to think real carefully about like how long do I want to wait to get these things, because it can feel like a bummer when everybody around you has fireball and lightning bolt, and you're like, oh, I cast another magic missile, you know.
Totally. Yeah.
But the like barbarian, you're not missing out on much, right? You're just giving yourself a little shot in the arm. Like you can always go back. You still get all the things a barbarian needs, which is like you rolled hit points, you know, like you got all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like you can always double back.
Currently have 65 HP.
Right.
Jeez.
Insane.
Yeah. Dave is saying, what about brutal critical? I was looking at that. I don't know that I would like grind out a bunch of levels of barbarian to get there. That would be level 9 barbarian. I don't know that I'll ever have brutal critical would be my bet. I don't think so. I think like I can imagine like picking up like a couple more levels of barbarian, but I'm probably done with that at least for a while. I think I'll probably try and I want to at least get to like level 3 or 4 druid before I think about because I want more spells.
Yep.
Right now it's pretty limited. Like it's fun, but it's limited right now, and it's gonna take a while to like grind some of that stuff out because we're now in like the place where like XP is hard.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot. I mean, that was like the whole hope that it would kind of plane off and allow newer folks to catch up, you know. But this is it. We're at that spot. We're like, okay, 7 sessions, you know, like 8 sessions. It's going to be a good clip to like get these next couple of levels, you know.
Yeah.
Cool. Zed, did it feel good to be 5th level? You did cool 5th level stuff.
If we had short rested, I would have gotten all my bard stuff back.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
Which is nice to know. That'll happen soon enough.
No, the mantle was cool.
And when you said glamour bard, is that really like, is that the thing? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, College of Glamour.
What does that mean?
Yeah, they're David Bowie.
That's so great.
So bards go to college at 3rd level, and I went to the College of Glamour, which means it's I think focused more on like inspiration stuff. Like it really amps up your, like all bards have bardic inspiration, but glamour bards get, so like that mantle of inspiration that I did where you get the temporary HP and you can move. It occurred to me a little too late because I was so confused when we got into the Feywild or into the Fey realm or wherever we were. But I also have this thing that I've never used because I'm never quite sure when to do it. called Enthralling Performance,
Oh,
where you
yeah.
can charm. I just don't like, for as charismatic as Rasklin is, like charming things is not actually super interesting to me as like
Yeah.
a game mechanic.
Yeah.
But that's something that I have where I could charm, I think 3 because of my charisma modifier creatures. And if we had like charmed those 2 werewolves successfully, then like that could have played out entirely differently.
for sure. Yeah, that's like the moment right before the initiative starts when you like have that
Yeah.
window of like, all right, I'm gonna try to take control of this whole dynamic. You know, like
Yeah.
that's definitely what it's best for.
Those
But then
circumstances
Bram
are so
couldn't have turned
specific,
into a
though.
wolf, and that was
True.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I definitely wanted you guys fighting werewolves. Like, oh, werewolves. And I also was like, well, at least like 3 of the 4 of you I can't accidentally infect with werewolves. So this feels like pretty good, you know?
Cool. Great.
But you could just join the club at that point. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's what I feel.
then you could have also been a wolf. It's
There
great.
definitely
Yeah.
was a point where you were like, they're wolves. I want to do cool stuff. And it's like, well,
It's like, well,
No, that's not what I mean.
these people could accommodate that.
you know, when you put it that way.
I don't think I actually
I
realized.
can
Obviously, it makes
scratch
sense.
that itch soon enough.
Oh,
It
yeah.
doesn't need to happen here to my poor little bard.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I don't
that's
think I actually
Melissa?
knew that we were immune to that. Like, I don't know. I guess you can't turn into like double wolf, but I don't know. It makes sense.
I mean, I kind of am with a druid.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, but yeah, I wasn't sure either whether or not we would basically be like, you know, we kind of have like an element of lycanthropy in our, you know, heritage and our body, but like, would this be like a more potent, like, okay, you're full on in now? So I was
Yeah.
curious to see where you'd go
Yeah.
with that.
It would, but I also like wasn't trying to put that juju on you, you know, like I made some you know, accommodations for the fact of like, okay, this is the deal with these werewolves in the Feywild, and you guys are shifters. Arnold's immune to disease anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Super interesting.
Yeah.
I love it.
Love it.
I'm also super excited that I got to use Moonbeam. Like,
That was super
on
cool.
its
That was
full
so
scale of
cool.
everything.
Incredibly
Wait,
effectively.
How did you
Yeah.
do that?
I.
Is that
So
from
it's a second
your
level
circle?
spell. No, it's
Just
a second
a-
level spell. So once Arnold gets to level 3 Druid, he'll be able to call down a Moonbeam too.
Uh-huh.
Well, Arnold does. You know, I think I imagine part of the Goodberry thing too is like he seems to be like a mimic.
Uh-huh.
Like he sees something, he does something.
Yep.
So I would anticipate the Moonbeam. Yeah.
Oh
That
yeah, I
sounds,
thought
that
for sure.
sounds right. Yeah.
The troll.
I loved the fairy fire description too. If you were
Yes.
like pulling down the
Yeah.
phosphorus, that was so awesome.
That was super dope.
No, I very much loved that. That was great way to like apply that spell. And yeah, the moonbeam dropping it on the werewolf was like, oh, dude, this is so rad. Like I wasn't even sure if that's what you were thinking of, but I was like, okay, cool. We can like get out of the way really quickly. Like, yeah, they're werewolves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. That was fun. Cool. Well, thank you all for playing
Yeah.
D&D with me. That was a really
Oh my
fun
God.
night.
It was super fun.
Thank you. That was
Seriously
incredible.
incredible.
And thank you to everyone else playing as well. It was awesome getting to play with you, like Melissa and Zed and Josh as well. Like
100%.
this was awesome.
Yeah, so much fun.
It was great.
Yeah, good crew.
Awesome.
I had so much fun.
Cool. I think on that note, I will say good night to the lovely folks in the Twitch chat. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Sunday night, you can catch me and Zed, Kings of Neon, 6 o'clock Eastern. Monday, I'll be back at 9 with Firelight Tales, Titans Heirs. We're back to like the main crew. I've been missing people for a couple of weeks, so we were on a side quest. And then Tuesday, May the 4th, D&D in space, Dragonfly.
Mhm.
Come and find them. They will be flying. It's going to be so dope, you guys, that I'm really excited for.
I'm pumped.
I'm so jealous.
And seriously, don't worry, there's room. There's lots of room.
You don't have to work
trailers.
Wednesday morning, right? It's fine.
When are you
Yeah,
gonna
like
move?
10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Is that good
Yeah.
for you?
Yeah. All right. My job's flexible enough. I can make it work.
I just need you to transplant continents, Austin, so we can like align our schedules and play more D&D together.
You can
That's
watch the stream. They get captured on Twitch.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep.
Do any of you guys want to hype anything up? You want to plug anything? Josh, where can we find you?
I'm extremely offline. I don't do it. I don't do online.
I don't do
online.
The internet.
Internet
You
thing?
will not
Nah.
see me there.
Yeah, I'm not here. No, like I feel like if you're not yet, you're probably not.
I'm slowly luring my people in one at a time. Don't worry about it. If there is anybody out here who is watching this who is not a patron of Post Show Recaps, go sign up. What are you doing? It's
we are having a
ridiculous.
really fun time.
What are you doing?
We're
Yeah.
having a really, really great time. I'm so grateful for everybody who's like, I don't know, who's made this like such a very, very like fun, like one of those like rare bright places on the internet. It's awesome. It's just such a good community. People are incredible. The Discord, which we always hype up, it's like a streaming service.
Mhm.
It's like a shopping mall. It's like there's just like there's like you could go to the food court. You can go to the laser tag. Like there's just like
It's
it
true.
feels like
You want to watch a movie with somebody?
can
You want to
do
just like
that,
hang out and
like,
chat with somebody?
it
You want to
does-
play
it-
a game?
What did you say, Zed? It's the room of requirement. Is the
Yeah.
Discord?
It is.
If you want a thing to exist there,
It's there.
say
It's
you
true,
want
bro.
it, and it will
Yeah.
show. If it doesn't already exist, and it probably does, but if it doesn't, things spring up out of nowhere all the time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great.
It is really wild that way.
Zed's in the brand Steel now. Like, you gotta come check it out.
All I did was say Janet. That's all I did.
I joined
Yeah.
the Brand Steel this week too. I picked Bert.
I don't even know what that
In
means.
the street.
Bert from
really?
the street.
Yeah,
From the street.
Yeah, Bert
I
from the
picked
street.
Ed Sheeran
Yeah, that was very funny.
or Ed Sheehan. Ed Sheehan.
Because is this Dolores Ed? No, it's Ed Sheeran. That's
It really blew my mind. I have
Tighten
to
up.
say, it really did. That was wild. That was wild.
I'll
But
never-
yeah, have fun.
I'm
It's
still
great.
banking on my Samwise.
Yeah.
God, Samwise is the man. I'll never forget that night, Josh, when Ed Sheeran showed up on Game of Thrones, and like I'm on listening to the podcast with you and Rob afterwards, and like I had no clue who that guy was. You know, like you're like, oh yeah, did you get over it? Like
It is great. It is great.
another
Now
one.
here he is, the future Survivor
exciting.
finalist, but never a winner. I've gotten 2 in a row where I've gotten to the final, and I can't close
true.
the deal.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
2 seasons in a row where I've made it to the finale.
Well,
Can't do it.
maybe this time, but if Ed beats Bert,
It's
I'm
all
gonna
right.
be very upset.
This time.
I think on that note, I will say goodnight to everybody.
I
Thank
was
you
I
all.
was Bert in a kindergarten play version of Sesame Street once.
What?
There's photographic
What?
evidence somewhere. I'll find it.
You have way more Ernie energy than Bert.
I
energy.
totally,
I know.
totally
That's
agree.
terrible casting.
Why?
I completely agree. But it was very cute. It was very cute.
Oh, that's so
Anyway,
funny.
I think I had the unibrow. I don't remember.
You
I hope so.
gotta.
I had
It's
like
iconic.
a little like paper like extended forehead. Yeah,
I love it.
it's really stupid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna need to see pictures of that. I do.
I'll
have-
find it. I'll find it.
I have a.
I'll text my
collection
mom.
Of
She's
like
got it.
probably 20-something stuffed Berts from my childhood that I just like Velveteen Rabbit loved to death. Don't
Yeah.
ask me. Could like Ernie? No dice. Bert, that's my dude. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah.
Okay,
You got to pick a side just in case.
I'm gonna hang up on this Twitch
Yeah.
chat. Goodbye, everybody. Thank
Bye,
you all for
everybody.
coming. Have a great night. Goodbye.
Bye.